fit into the landscape of what the administration is trying to do in furthering housing for Californians, and how do we best deploy our strengths to help in that effort. And so the idea here was to sort of like come together, maybe take a bit of a look back at what CalHFA has done in the past, the organization's experiences, get a better read directly from key governor staff in terms of how we might be looking at things, and then later on talk through ideas, concepts we might have to approach housing issues. The idea is we're not going to hammer out a program here, but I think if we focus on high-level concepts where our talented, capable, and resourceful staff can put meat on bones and come back maybe with ideas that could work or maybe not, then we can kind of move forward into the next fiscal year and really try to sort of up our game with respect to helping what the governor's trying to do with housing policy. So with that, I probably should tell our, we let our IT guy know we're starting? Okay, thank you. I'm going to pass the baton to Tina. I think we're calling it audible at the start of the game, and we'll pick it up from there. So, please.
So thank you once again, everyone. I am sort of delighted to have you here. When the chairman said that what he said to you, he said to me almost 6 months ago. So this is something that's been heavy on his heart. And by design, what we wanted to do is to bring in some of the most important folks that we could to help tell the story around CalHFA and how they operate within this very intricate and dynamic administration, and what our role, what that looks like, what the administration's priorities are. And I think initially I thought, well, I'm not sure if they'll have time. They're pretty busy right now. Imagine what was happening 6 months ago. But I tell you, when I picked up the phone and called Mr. Hacker, who is here today, and you have his information of who he is, as well as Mr. Miles. Miles is one name around here. he's just that, he's part of our family. We've always said that. They were delighted to come and talk to us. So I am delighted to introduce you to the folks that I work with on a constant basis to help us develop our roadmap for CalHFA and what that looks like. It all starts with the vision of the governor. And while these folks are not the governor, obviously, they're the next best thing in my mind. So, gentlemen, you have the floor.
Sure. I'll go first and turn it over to you. So, hi everybody. For those of you I haven't met, I'm James Hacker. I'm Deputy Cabinet Secretary in the Governor's Office for my portfolio includes housing and homelessness, as well as transportation and broadband. So all small, easy things. So it's us to come in here and give just sort of talk briefly about sort of the administration's priorities, how CalHFA fits into those priorities, and sort of what we're looking for in this coming year. And so first, just off the bat, you know, the governor came in when he was first elected, came in hot on housing. It's been a priority of his from day one. It remains a priority of his. We've been going through sort of administration-wide goal-setting exercise every year. I have a little yellow sheet that he hands out at the end of that process that's like top 10 goals, and number one is housing and homelessness, and it has like, you know, specific numbers tied to our sort of production and our planning targets, and so it's like the number one thing that he is focused on, and that he, you know, sort of the primary thing that he has put his energy towards over the last several years. That's not going to change. For the administration, what that means is, you know, we've set some really aggressive targets around planning for housing at the local level, as Gustavo is intimately familiar with, and has played a really key role in making sure that you know, we're pushing locals to do what they have to do. That also means making sure we're helping to turn those plans into reality, that it's not just paper housing, but real housing. And so what we're really looking for is more production, greater, you know, affordability, which comes both from more houses generally, as well as deeper targeting of that housing to sort of affordable income brackets. And it also means greater access to housing for folks who may or may not be able to afford it in sort of current brackets. Over the last couple of years, we've invested very aggressively in housing. You know, we've put, depending on sort of how you slice it and sort of what funding sources we're talking about, you know, north of $20 billion in affordable housing since the governor took office. North of that, you start counting tax credits and other sort of soft funding sources. So It's a priority. We have invested as if it's a priority, and that's not going to change. In that period in which we've been investing really heavily, CalHFA has played a pretty central role. We created and funded sort of the mixed income program. We put significant funding towards the low-income housing tax credits, which have set-asides for other CalHFA programs, as you guys are very familiar with. And that's not going to change either. What has changed is the fiscal situation. So obviously, the January budget was not super happy for anybody, let alone housing. The May revision is not going to be particularly happy. It's not going to be a sudden turnaround. So the fiscal context has changed, and we're operating sort of in a new world here, right? In the past, if there was, like, we identified a particular problem, we had room in the budget that we could sort of scope it and write a check and sort of, push towards solving it. We're not in that position anymore. We're sort of in a position of like defending core programs, making sure that we're it's not like a keep the lights on budget, but it's like, what are core commitments? What are the core things we want to get done, and protecting those things, and then really carefully prioritizing anything that goes beyond that, because it really is a pretty tight world we're in right now. The upshot of that is that means the CalHFA is going to be even more important to the administration's goals and the administration's efforts going forward, because CalHFA is unique and special in terms of like our housing agencies and our housing authorities that are out there. You guys, you're an independent entity. You have your own balance sheet. You're not dependent on state tax revenue. You have a wide variety of tools that you can bring to bear. You have flexibility in how and what you bring to bear and when. You're players in the market, so you have connections in the market with expertise in how the market works, and that creates a lot of opportunities for us. That I think, when we're not in a situation where we can just like write a multi-billion-dollar general fund check, and we need to be really creative and really flexible, CalHFA exists as a creative and flexible entity. And you guys have done a great job at that for years, and so this is an opportunity for us to sort of keep pushing that forward. Obviously, that comes with some caveats, right? Like, CalHFA is not a piggy bank. You guys have a lot of things that you have to balance, right? You've got statutory direction on certain things. You have your own balance sheet that you have to defend, your own credit rating that you have to defend, your existing lines of business, your existing commitments, as well as sort of any of the policy directives that you're getting from the administration. And so the key for us is, how do we balance all these competing demands on CalHFA to make sure that we're getting the most out of CalHFA that we can in the current situation, while defending and preserving your ability to stay, a flexible, independent, and creative entity, right? If we sort of go too far down the road of like, we're going to just push this major policy outcome, like, damn the torpedoes and whatever it does to the fiscals, like that limits your ability to operate going forward. If we go the other direction and just defend the fiscals, that limits our ability to sort of be flexible on policy and pursue particular goals or sort of creative directions. So you guys are most valuable when we balance those things. And so that's why it's, we've stayed close to Tina and her team. We're in fairly constant contact, and we want to make sure that we're all sort of moving together and finding these solutions together. In terms of what we're looking for this year, it's more of that. Again, with the budget situation being what it is, you guys are going to play a pretty central role. I think you guys are going to be a lot of the big ticket stuff that we're, beyond sort of the legacy stuff, we're still pushing out the door. If there's going to be big new things, it's more likely to come out of CalHFA than it is out of sort of the large general fund check, just because of the current situation. So that means that we're really looking for continued partnership, continued creativity, and continued conversations about how we can best partner as an administration, within the administration, with CalHFA, with your business partners outside the administration, the private sector, to make sure that we're finding these creative solutions, pushing them forward, and then helping to continue to make progress even in a difficult fiscal situation. And so with that, I'll turn it to Miles.
Thanks, James. Nice to see a lot of familiar faces here again, and thank you, Tina, for this welcome. There's Miles White, Deputy Legislative Secretary at the Governor's Office, but until 2 months ago, I worked at the Business Consumer Service and Housing Agency as the Deputy Secretary, so working in that role for about 7 years with CalHFA. I know, I think, James, you were in the Senate when the first, I always think of with CalHFA, when is the first $500 million in state credits? When was that? 2019. So it's a long progression over the years, seeing CalHFA's role really evolve over time. So happy to be here and talk a little bit about the legislative process. Main caveat I'll say at the start is when describing the legislative process, there's some things on camera to talk about, and there's other things that are a little bit more difficult, but I'll do my best to share with you the insights that I think we can all take away from this year, but also more general takeaways as I see the role, really invaluable role that the board has in informing policy, especially the full spectrum of single-family, multifamily, different business lines that James was referring to. That's really an invaluable resource that we have to leverage as an administration. So the first overall theme that I want to just reinforce throughout is think of legislative policy as effectuating your priorities from a policy standpoint. That's as simple as I can put it. That is, it is a means to an end, and there are really a plethora of opportunities as I see it, even in the current budget environment that we're in, that leverages the respective expertise that this board has. When many of you have met over the years, I think when you were going through your confirmation process, getting to learn more about you and your respective backgrounds, this is, again, I'm going to keep saying it, it's an invaluable resource that we have. And I even go back to the governing statute for CalHFA. It's very specific about different backgrounds and experiences, right, that the board is specifically focused on having, and that's the leverage that I see from a policy perspective, that ultimately, when we think about informing legislative policy, that's where we have Tina and the great executive team that I've worked with over the years to help be that mechanism, gathering that input through these deliberations, discussions, having that be informing their perspective, which subsequently informs our perspective in the governor's office and to the administration at large. So I really just want to impress upon that that mechanism is really, it's at the front and center of all of the policy priorities that the administration, to James's point, throughout since the beginning, the governor really focused doubling down on housing, and I think, as you all know better than anyone, folks have to get creative, especially on financing. I think housers are, you're used to it. I'll put it that way. You're used to it. You get creative, you think out of the box, and that's really what is needed here more than ever. And given that, I would say, just turning to more what I see on the horizon this year at both the state and federal level, there's, again, a renewed focus, I would say, particularly in the single-family side, homeownership costs. Again, preaching to the choir here, this is a constant challenge that we've seen in the landscape for years, but I think even more so at this point when you see just the last 2 to 3 years, 30-year fixed used to be under 3%. Now we're still at 7%. That's fundamentally different calculus. That impacts the programs, the operational aspects, but also that influences the legislature's desire for how do we fix this? What's the answer? And these intractable issues are really how I see a opportunity, but at the same time, making sure we leverage your respective expertise to help make sure there's no unintended consequences, right? Even well-intentioned policies have a downside if we're not really diligent and are careful with our approach. So at the state level, definitely I'd say a renewed focus on single family, but also multifamily across the board. Again, it's not lost on, I'm sure, all of you about the focus on our continued affordability challenges, and especially to James's point earlier, deeply targeting. These are, if there's a challenge right now, to pencil out properties with higher incomes, and imagine what that would look like when you just try to look at deeply targeting incomes. And that is something where strategic fixes that we can apply. I'm even mindful at the federal level, a lot of the pending changes that I know Tina and others in this room have been really at the forefront on different federal tax changes, right, to the 25% test. Well, now 30%, the last I tracked. So this is something that, even mindful of that full spectrum of what the dynamic is at state level, what the dynamic is federally, these all overlay, and that's where I see CalHFA, specifically the board, with your various backgrounds, being a really integral tool to help us all make sense of this in a strategic and methodical manner. So again, I'm excited for the year ahead. Even amongst all these challenges, there's always opportunities. So thank you for giving us time to share.
You know, it's a unique opportunity for us, I think, to also talk to you a bit. And I have certainly a couple of questions, but I want to see if other folks here have got feedback, comments, questions. I think I've got.
Yeah,
Russell.
yes, Stephen Russell, I'm with the San Diego Housing Federation, my day job, I'm a board member here for almost 7 years now. I'm intrigued by, when you talk about single family versus multifamily, it sounds like those are proxies for ownership and renting, when in fact, I've talked to market players who said with some barriers knocked down, that the market would produce multifamily ownership product. And consistent with greenhouse gas goals, denser housing, which would be multifamily ownership opportunities are more likely in a county like San Diego, in particular, hampered by the ocean, the mountains, the border, LA. So I just want to make sure that we don't use, by using those terms as proxies, we don't forget that those aren't absolutes, that in fact there's multifamily ownership we need to create. And in fact, that is where I think we're going to see the majority of our future opportunities, because we have built out our mesas, and we need to go deeper, and that involves insurance issues. There are some legislative issues around the Subdivision Map Act, and those are probably the two primary. And insurance is huge, and construction defect litigation, of course.
I think it's a valid point, and in a way, to your point about that being seen as a proxy, that's, I think, a function of just the realities we've seen throughout the last, decades, right? And to your point, that's the opportunity with our focus on infill and meeting our climate housing goals. It doesn't have to be that way, right? That is just what I think has been ingrained over time, but to the extent there's down payment, targeted assistance on more multifamily, just even medium density, right? In a lot of areas is, it doesn't have to look like Hong Kong overnight, right? I think that's the piece that there's a lot of opportunity in that respect, and I think that's the focus on making sure we articulate what this could look like, right? Because it hasn't been the case historically, right? When I think of all of the focus on down payment assistance, typical, single family ownership, but it doesn't have to be that. There's opportunities.
Just to put a point on that, the ULI locally has defined single-family homes as no longer a sub-market, but a niche. I mean, they've just downgraded to, there's going to be some boutique builders who do that, but there's really, it's primarily going to be multifamily.
So to that point, I talked about sort of desire for partnership and creative thinking here. From the administration's perspective, obviously there's sort of processes that we have to go through, and like sort of timing and political considerations. But in terms of like, we're looking for creative solutions, and so don't ever think that like the door is closed with us. If you guys as a body have some creative ideas, something you guys would like to float, certainly, my ears are always open. And sort of we're always happy to consider that, sort of pull it into our broader considerations.
Right here. Mr. I'll catch you.
Thank you for being here. Lots of music to my ears here in regards to the governor thinking, creatively and looking to us as a governing body to be partners in that creativity and thinking out of that box. So what does that look like for us? Because we are going to be entering very challenging interest rates. We are being looked at in a different way now, given the restrictions with the state budget. How does that work so that we all can pivot? Because yes, there is a lot of talent. If I may, pat everyone on the back here, there is a lot of talent from throughout the state here, different expertise from the local, county to the state level. And I think it's a unique opportunity to collaborate even more and leverage that talent that everyone comes from, and get really deep down, because there's deep, the high financing level is up here, but down at the ground level, I mean, we're dealing with rent control, we're dealing with people really struggling at the transitional housing to permanent, and even the homelessness. And what are we going to infuse our communities beyond, the ideal, the American dream obviously is the home ownership side, but we have some serious stabilization to do at the local level. And I think there needs to be CalHFA, even though we're on the financing, it's, I think policy-wise, with our local partners, the governor statewide, we need some more intervention there as well, because local policies are really contradicting state policies. And I still see a lot of that going on through planning commissions and land use issues. And then second to that, are we going to use this time also to look at bills that we adopt in the last, that the legislature has adopted in the last 2 or 3 years, to really assess how are they working? Are they doing what they intended, like SB 9 that, subdivided? Well, I'm just saying, there's things that aren't working that got adopted, and is there revisiting? And then a lot of it has to do with the finance of it, that they just don't pencil out for them to be effective.
I'll sort of leave the legislative question for Miles, that's his line. First of all, I think Gustavo probably has some thoughts on locals who are acting contravention to state law.
Thank you.
Well-deserved round of applause for Gustavo on that one. That is a big part of, the administration's priority right now, especially given the fiscal situation. In terms of sort of like what that looks like what it looks like to engage with us and to have these larger policy conversations about where we as an administration like to go. Just to echo my earlier comment, my ears are always open. If you guys have ideas that you as a board would like to bring forward, we're always happy to have those conversations. Procedurally and time-wise, I think the next 3 to 4 months here is just sort of get through the budget, get through the first half of the legislative session. The budget is sort of not necessarily about survival, but it's about stabilization right now. Sort of figure out basically where do we shore ourselves up, and that sets us up to figure out sort of where we can go from here. And so as we move past this year's budget cycle and sort of the end of this 2-year legislative session, I think it's a really natural opportunity to look ahead and say all right, where do we want to take action? Where are our fiscal resources that sort of tells us what we can or can't write a check for? What can we do around the lack thereof, or if we're lucky, with additional fiscal resources that come in. And if there are larger policy changes that need to be made, we as an administration would use that time to say okay, what do we want to push for in the coming year, right? For this year we'll have 2 years left in our term, and so that's a good working period to figure out what are our priorities, what do we want to get done. Let's get that list together, and then let's figure out our game plan for getting it done. And then sort of, go from there.
I think James put it well, and first it's always helpful to really focus on where are we in the calendar, and specifically in the legislative calendar. That always helps working backwards from what opportunities are presented, but also it doesn't foreclose on reevaluating policies that are already informing the regulatory environment, in particular to the points you're making. And that's where right now, when we think of the budget environment in the next couple of months, may revise, you have a budget in effect following fiscal year. The legislative process is still playing out after that period, right? Throughout August, September, and acting on prospective legislation that's sent to us. But at the end of the day, I think the helpful way of thinking about it is, what does the policy environment look like now? From your perspective, what gaps remain? What areas, when you hear about the various projects, I was looking at the agenda earlier, thinking of various projects, if they are in a certain community dealing with, we've done a lot of work over the last several years in particular on streamlining the approvals, but subsequent post-entitlement permitting, we've done some legislation that just went into effect this past January 1 to address some of those challenges. You even see different jurisdictions that, of course, have impacts on holding costs. It's increased the overall cost of the development. So to the extent you identify a lot of this through your work, and it helps inform the board's perspective, and then subsequently the executive team here at CalHFA. And again, that's why when I say invaluable, that is when you manifest what you're seeing on the ground level, helps us inform policy here at the state level, and that's how I see that really meshing together well.
Jim? And as we look toward the future, and I really value CalHFA's visionary perspective as well. We are constantly, from a home ownership side, we are constantly trying to provide down payment assistance because of and increase those amounts because of the cost of housing. But I think as we look toward the future, the real opportunity is not just to provide the down payment and closing cost assistance. It's to spur creation and building of the housing, and because so the supply is really the greatest issue. Cost and values have significantly risen, and that's not to be ignored. But the fact that there's very little from a statewide standpoint being constructed creates even more pressure. And I think that as we look toward the future, continuing to look at down payment and closing costs, but also looking at what are the creative ways that we can use to spur and, to the degree we can, finance or provide some types of incentive for the construction of home ownership opportunities as well, coming at it kind of from both ways, because unless the supply increases, we're gonna constantly be trying to approach it from one end of the perspective only. And to the degree legislation can even begin to float, sometimes it takes 2 or 3 sessions for, things to get approved or an idea to catch hold. I think that's an area of opportunity that could have long-term benefits, even though it may take a while, given the budgetary constraints at this point.
Can I just add one quick thing, and I would say, the entry-level ownership supply, the
Mhm.
condos, the townhomes, the casitas, that is probably the product that we're underbuilding more than any other product in the state. So I just wanted to
Mhm.
echo on that.
So just to jump in on that real quick, first of all, definitely appreciate the position, appreciate the flag. It's something that's, that we spend a lot of time talking about. Like production again is one of our largest, like our biggest goals, right? Like we have a really aggressive target for planning. We unfortunately don't get to actually build the houses. How do we make sure that those plans turn into actual houses? And like the challenges with construction financing and, sort of jumping through all the local approvals and sort of the time challenge and all that jazz is just like a major impediment. And so do just want to encourage you all, as you're talking about this in the near term, there's sort of what can we do on the legislative front on this side? And there's also, are there opportunities within CalHFA to do it within existing authorities, right? I talked a little bit about, a desire for creativity and, sort of balancing existing commitments with new ideas, like the down payment systems is one of your core businesses, and, that sort of undergirds a lot of what you guys do. And like, we certainly don't want to put that at risk, but if there are opportunities to find new and exciting ways to put money to work to start to chip away at some of these problems, like that to me feels really worthwhile.
Delilah, go ahead.
Thank you very much for coming. My name is Delilah. I'm based out of Los Angeles, and I have been building housing in one way or the other for the last 30 years, both in California and kind of nationally. So I've kind of seen the gamut, and I think that like fashion, like those bell-bottom jeans, everything
What's old
comes back.
is new again.
Right? So the benefit of being old is that I get to, recycle some old ideas. But one of the biggest opportunities, I think, with the governor's office is really the connection to the national, to the national scene in terms of not only HUD, and now that we have, and are about to have a new Secretary of HUD, right? Because the last just retired. There's a lot of opportunity for connection and networking there, and for Senator Padilla is one of the most active senators out there in terms of appropriations. I mean, there's just a lot of opportunities to bring in a real connection to the federal government and federal resources. And for me, I think 3 of the areas that are critical and that CalHFA can play a role in is one is we used to manage for HUD a project-based certificate program, a voucher program, where we provided operating subsidy to projects that were not otherwise funded through their local jurisdiction. That contract was a very difficult contract and created a lot of, audit issues for us, but at the end of the day, really helped because what it did is it helped on the operating side and not on the capital side, right? A lot of energy and resources have been put on production and reducing costs associated with production, expediting, production. But to me, one of the best ways to increase production is to support the ongoing operating cost of that production, right? And that's how you kind of, that's how you address affordability needs, that's how you address developers who are interested in building today, using their own capital to do it, or using capital markets to fund, but they have an operating subsidy that kind of guarantees it. So that's one of the areas. The other is the risk share program. The risk share is was one of the phenomenal programs that really helped CalHFA make a difference and really changed our lending practices over the last couple of years. To the extent that that can be renewed, discussed, augmented, that's something that for us, the governor's office, in their relationship with Washington would really be helpful. And then the third is kind of to piggyback on what, Director Williams was saying about homeownership. Part of the psyche change that happened at CalHFA, I'm sorry, it wasn't a change at CalHFA, it's kind of at the state level. At the state level, the state used to provide funding for developers to build housing. I think Maria was one of the nonprofit developers that actually used the program pretty robustly in East, Boyle Heights down in Los Angeles to build homeownership, first-time home buyers with state money that helped developers get the financing and then roll that over into subsidies for the home buyers. That program worked really well, and I think that we've gotten away from that, where we're just doing individual, subsidy to individual homeowners. And so part of whether that's a legislative or more of a programmatic effort, I think looking at, gathering, multi-developers who qualify to be able to build a large production model, focus it on first-time home buyers, and use that subsidy to give them financing to build the units and have their commitment to roll it over to the first-time home buyers is kind of a nice ecosystem in terms of how to, create opportunities. So that's my little, I don't know, it's more like 2 cents worth of historic programs that can be revived, but I think those would be important.
Catch anyone who hasn't had a chance to.
Well, I guess I'll piggyback since Delilah mentioned how important it was. I mean, we did have a robust development where we were developing single-family homes. And it was just really critical that we had access to patient capital in the form of government during the course of construction. And that would automatically convert to a soft second as we sold the homes. And I think that's a piece that's been missing for, oh my gosh, close to 20 years
20 years,
now.
yeah.
That we have nothing that really helps developers that want to build affordable homeownership opportunities, right? And the thing is that I see in there's just not incentive. Like if you go through all the hoops to build a single family home, why would you sell it potentially below market? Why would you commit to a 4 to 6 month escrow, which is what happens when you're converting to a single family home? There's just not enough incentives, and I feel like what's missing is the patient capital upfront. And I think that could be the game changer. Coupled with, of course, now the ability to build at higher densities. That wasn't available 20 years ago. And 20 years ago, we had to use condos. We used condos, subdivisions to build things that look like single-family homes to get around the 5,000 per square foot lot thing. And we have better tools now. So I think it'd be a time to introduce something like this, game changing.
What I would say is, it kind of transcends both your points is when you think of the regulatory environment that we're in, when you think of a lot of the recent changes, right, for density, but particularly when you matching that with proximity to transit and other infill incentives, a lot of the recent changes in just this past year on density bonus law, right, that maximum density or area ratios that helps those constraints that you were dealing with for years, right? A lot of that has been reevaluated, I think, to the extent all these changes were definitely good about passing a lot of laws in Sacramento, but the time, and I think, Trevor, you mentioned that earlier, takes a moment for that to really actually be operationalized at the local level, right? And not everyone has the benefit of, tracking this as closely, so I think understanding what those regulatory tools are, but the second point where you were mentioning, I think the theme throughout is a lot of creative thinking that we've seen on the financing side, secretary. But a lot of the creative financing we've seen in a lot of on collateralizing private, project-based vouchers, right? Other ways to, other authorities, when you think of the respective resources that's available at the federal, state, and even, soft sources at the local level, there's a way to really be creative in folks are in other respects. And I think, applying some lessons learned, but also seeing what, again, go back to, I'm confident all are some of the creative financing people that we can lean on and to find out how best to leverage those respective resources, especially in that constrained budget environment we have in the state.
I think we've got just under 10 minutes, and I've got a couple of things, but Steve, I think you had.
Brief. No, I want to reiterate what we heard from my colleagues here. Robert Ito in San Diego has been working to build 120% AMI townhomes, and because now he has to individually qualify these homeowners, there is no assistance up front for him to bring those costs down or subsidize it. So he is selling homeowner by homeowner, trying to figure out how to make that work. An amazing project, and he may never repeat it just because the experience was so challenging. Yeah, it is. He is a pioneer. And I want to go back to when you talk about the permitting. Legislature and the governor have given us great tools in terms of enhancing potential productivity of the land. San Diego, I'm proud to say, has, I think, taken every one of those tools. SB 10, okay, it's an exception, but it's a challenge everywhere. But we have taken them and gone beyond, whether it's ADU, taking the minimums and gone beyond, density bonus, gone beyond, complete communities that we're doing now, which we're starting to see actually evinced in the skyline itself. You can tell where it is being applied, with the exception of the coastal zone. And we're going to see an increasing disparity between what you see in terms of the 30-foot height limit and all the rest of the city. There is a line of economic segregation that is evolving and becoming more evident. And I'm not saying we remove the blanket, but just as we talk about an urban transect, there could be more refined planning in the coastal zone that says there are actual corridors that are intended for multifamily. There's places where we need to build, but right now, people don't even try. And so the coastal zone is probably the last bastion of low density that's going to be in San Diego County in particular. And there's just no planning sense behind the way it's currently configured.
So I've got a question. So looking out ahead, state tax credits are going to be really problematic if they're going to be around. There's other sort of subsidy type programs we've utilized that just may not be as available. And I kind of think like to make the economics work, that means we probably have to shift up in terms of that AMI curve. How are you with like more middle income housing in the mix in the effort to produce housing? Is that any take on that?
Great question. I think this sort of gets to sort of the comment that I made about, right, we need to balance a bunch of conflicting potential, a bunch of different goals that are in tension, right? CalHFA, with your tools and your expertise and your flexibility, you guys have the potential to be very helpful to the administration's goals across a variety of housing types and sort of income brackets. That said, you guys have to balance that with your existing sort of business lines and your, maintaining your credit rating and sort of your existing fiscal health. So this is a way that I'm avoiding giving you a direct answer on this, and because I think that is something that is going to have to be worked out, and it's something that you guys are going to have to struggle with, to be totally honest. Because both Miles and I made comments about, as housing costs continue to rise, deeper targeting is going to be more important. Also, as rates rise and cost rises, it becomes more difficult and more expensive to deeply target. And so we need to find sort of the balance as an administration of how we do that. I think, if we were back in, monopoly money world back in 2021 and 2022, it would be easy, right? Because we could write that check, right? And we could target as deeply as we wanted to. That's more challenging to do this year, but that doesn't mean it's not something that we want to do, right? Deeper targeting remains a priority. It's just more challenging to get done. And so I think we look forward to partnering with you all to find ways to get it done.
So if it's sort of like we take a portfolio approach where maybe we do have something which is maybe more deeply targeted, other things which are more missing middle, to use that term. I mean, maybe somewhere in there is a formula that kind of works that allows for increased production, but also, maybe it's some of the units. It's not maybe not all going to be. It's not. You'd have less VLI maybe in the mix than you might have had otherwise, because that's just the economics. I mean, just trying to see what the
I
play
think there's a conversation to be had about sort of what the balance is, and I know the secretary's here, and the secretary's gonna be a key part of that conversation, along with the governor's office. But that is something I think we're gonna have to wrestle with coming years.
And I think, just to briefly add on that, it's also what's proportionate to the level of subsidy that has been provided, right? And that's the challenge when I think of the last several years with continued cost increases just across the board. When you just focusing on the various projects that we've financed with tax credits, a lot of those projects that have been able to be financed without state credits, typically almost exclusively in difficult to develop areas, right, with lower costs, but also how do we balance that tension with a lot of our fair housing priorities as well as an administration. And that's the piece where, to James's point, it's a balance, but at the end of the day, what we know is there's equation to be more units, but also what we do know, in particular in this environment, targeting deeper incomes, that's good to be strategic with the resources we have. But then if there's more strategic subsidy we have that is less generous and can help pencil out with higher incomes. I mean, this is the across the board thinking. It can't just be a siloed approach. So understanding what those respective resources look like and how we can leverage them, again, proportionate to the subsidy and to the AMIs that we'd be expecting.
And then my other question would be, ADUs, administered program the legislature created, funding, I mean, don't see that funding coming back anytime in quite a while. The program went like hotcakes, and any take on ADUs from where you guys sit? If something came up or a program came up related to that?
I mean, sort of general comment, sort of about where I understand the governor to be, right, like sort of anything to add units. So ADUs are a part of that. They're not a silver bullet, but like I think they're very much a part of that, right? The ADU program, you're right, was created by the legislature. I think it was on the other side of the table when that happened. But the administration, was a key part of that conversation, and you're right, that program, like, flew, right? So clearly there's demand out there, and clearly there's an opportunity there. Do I think we're gonna find another $50 or $100 million to put back in that program this year? Like, probably not, right? I mean, don't quote me on that. I realize I'm probably being recorded, so you guys can go to the tape. I avoided prognosticating on the budget process when I was in the budget process. So, there's a lot of difficult conversations going on this year. I don't necessarily see us sort of doing additional stuff like that. It may happen, who knows? But just given the situation, it's unlikely there will be an additional general fund plus up for it. That doesn't mean that it's not worth exploring other opportunities.
To that last point, James mentioned about other opportunities, and I know just for years, right, the constant tension has been the looming federal rules that really make tapping into existing equity, right, in a manageable and reasonable way. That's been a lingering challenge, but in the absence of general fund support, as has happened in the past with these funds, there's creative ways, right, to leverage equity again without jeopardizing the underlying home that would be part of that collateral. That's the piece where if there are ways that can be addressed, it'll also even at the federal level. I know there's been some ongoing conversations that CalHFA has been leading for years, right, with CalHFA and a lot of different risk appetites, even with Fannie and Freddie over the years, right, of collateralizing those in the secondary market. So I think that's where there's always opportunity, especially when we think about targeted subsidy, right? It's going to look very different, and when you think of supply for large, to James's point, it's going to have to be all across the board of different incomes and different just housing in general, and just more of it.
Without getting a sign that we're kind of like out of time here.
I just want to piggyback on that ADU comment, if I may, Chair Cervantes. Thank you for bringing it up, number one. I really do think for the state as a whole, as a huge advocate of ADUs, that is a big window of opportunity in the chaos of financing for multifamily and single family. Figuring out what we can do around technical assistance for community members of how to get through that planning process. While our program was, great, it just touched on the surface of the demand out there. And I think the governor and the administration are pivoting and looking at This is a great way to create generational housing for boomerang children, aging parents, and parcels that many of us own that we don't need any longer to that capacity. HUD is a big hindrance, so Board Member Delilah, brought up a great point. The appraisals are not there to assess single-family homes, trying to add these ADUs and giving people the equity ability in that space. So we need to have that dialogue of fixing those appraisals for people. And then our lending community, the state really, and CalHFA, we need to come up with a loan product to finance ADUs in the state of California that are not outside of equity lines. We really do. I think that is such a huge missed opportunity for the state, and I would really like our board and the governor's office to really, I think that is going to be the space of creative, thinking out of the box, and really knocking it out of the park. Just my 2 cents. Thank you.
I think we need to let you go. You've got an important call with DC coming up here. And I really do appreciate your making the time to come join us. It's really helpful to get a perspective for equity from the racetrack.
Appreciate the
Yeah.
opportunity.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll be talking further ahead, and I'm glad he is in touch with you and Secretary as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you
you.
again. So interestingly enough, there were a couple of notes that were in the last conversation that were happening around the same time that when we were created. Balance, housing crisis, interest rates, oh my gosh, insurance. And then we could add a couple of other things, the Congress, what was happening there. All of those influences were happening right around the time that we were started. So my job today is to talk a little bit about what was happening here at CalHFA, our origins, where we started, our purpose. I might even have time to touch on a little bit of the programs. And then eventually I'm going to fast forward back to the future, to today, and what that might mean and what that might signal to us as an agency that hopefully you might have time to think about in the second part of this workshop after when we are having the open discussion session. So as I mentioned, when Jim and I were having these initial conversations, I thought this might be a good opportunity not only for me to get better acquainted with CalHFA, but also our staff. So I asked all of our staff to listen in today. They're out there in TV land. But I also wanted to have this opportunity because I realized when we started the conversation in the last 2 or 3 years, we've had significant turnover on the board as well. I don't know if you guys have noticed, we've got a lot of new faces here. And so I'm taking this opportunity to talk about our origins. I think it'll give us a better understanding of our purpose, the roles, responsibilities. And again, I want to thank you for your time because it took a lot of time. I will say this, when I started down this journey, I actually started by doing a couple of things. First, talking to some of the old staff members who used to work here, board members. I reviewed the minutes. And if you want to have some fun, review those minutes. They were literal in those minutes. They literally would say every single thing. And somehow, yeah, word for word, and they were tight, y'all. They were tight. Take it, when you have a moment, I want you to, before I get into it, I want you to look at 2 things. First and foremost, we happen to have the very first annual report sitting out there that I'd like each of you to review when you get a chance. And then also, when you have time, this book right here is phenomenal. It's called Politics Backstage. And it was actually written by a young person who was an attorney and a staffer working in the legislature. And he decided to put down his thoughts about what was happening. Yes. So real conversations, real moments, and his thoughts. This book, unfortunately, is no longer in print. But you can get them online for probably over $100 at this point. It might be worth something.
What year was that written?
This one was written in, do you remember? 1979, so it was still fresh about what was happening. So anyway, let's get started. So the year was 1975. NBA title, a sweep, we ain't seen that in a long time. Microsoft was founded, and after several years of a lot of economic turmoil, precipitated by the Vietnam War, which actually ended in 1975. Riots of 1965 riots, does that sound familiar? Stagnation, gas, wars, and more. 1975 was actually marked by historians as the actual start of the recovery period. So on the housing front, what was happening? Well, the first HFAs had been established starting back in 1973 and 74. There was the passing of the Housing and Community Development Act, which created CDBG and Project-Based Section 8. That was just happening. And then on a national, on a political level, the president then was President Nixon, and there was a lot of fear about what he might do to some of these housing efforts. And so we were lucky because just like now, we had a lot of folks who were looking at housing. Not a whole lot of nonprofits, only a handful actually. But from a political standpoint, people were fired up. And they then elected a young 37-year-old Jerry Brown as the governor. And then within less than 5 weeks after taking office, Governor Brown then issued a proclamation noting that a growing number of people in California were unable to obtain decent housing because of high interest rates, because of supply, because of inflation, and other dislocations in the economy. So he called for the prompt establishment of a state housing finance agency. Our actual birth date is June 27th, 1975. And that was due to, through the actions of the Zinovich-Moscone-Chacon bill, AB 1X, which was signed into law. And that created CalHFA. It also strengthened the role of the other housing agency, HCD, which was already in existence. And then a little bit after that, SB 4X was signed into law just a few weeks later, and it described the range of powers and programs which make California's Housing Finance Agency unique even among other state agencies and other HFAs, which I'll share with you. CalHFA constitutes a public instrumentality and a political subdivision of the state whose primary purpose is to meet the housing needs of low or moderate income persons and families. I don't know about you guys, but I found that language very interesting, low or moderate. Not sure what they were thinking, but we do both. In addition, under the supervision of the board, the day-to-day operational authority resides with the executive director. And I talked about how some of this is a little bit different. Not all housing finance agencies look like ours. In fact, many do not. And so one of the key differences from many of our state contemporaries in HFAs around the country is that CalHFA has a board of directors that includes other state officials. I don't know about you all, but I wondered why that was the case, especially after looking at other HFAs. Well, this gentleman here, Mike Bevere, who wrote this book, he said basically that was very purposeful. California was thinking about that a lot. What they wanted to do was to garner a statewide coalition of interest and that had sufficient political influence, and also that would minimize bureaucracy. And expedite the affordable housing finance solution. So they were already looking at what was happening with HCD and some of the challenges they were having by taking on federal services. And so they wanted to have another lever to actually move fast. That was the goal. You got this lever and you got this lever. Let's move fast. We had to fire off all cylinders because we were in the middle of a housing crisis. So in fact, when you look, here's something else that's very interesting. When you look at what was happening in our organization, we really only had, in 1975, a handful of employees. So who were running things? The board. The board. The 13-member board effectively ran the organization, with the chair, who was also sitting as the acting director. And it wasn't until 1977 that they brought on what is now known as the executive director. At that time, they called it a president, the president. And that they hired this person, and then shortly thereafter, they brought on the deputy director, general counsel, director of financing, but it was very, very slow. So from the very beginning, the board was held, they held the responsibility for the overall strategic direction of the agency. And I submit to you, you still do. So in addition, in the legislation, the board had some other very specific authorities. One was the board is authorized to sell any sale of obligation for securities or other debt obligations more than $15 million, as we talked about earlier today, and other major contractual agreements more than $1 million. The board also authorizes the total number and salary ranges of the CalHFA's leadership staff. And the board completes the performance evaluation of the executive director. Those are specifically your duties called out in statute. Then, now let's look at the current board. Look at those great faces. So in 2013, AB 984 updated the number of board members from 13 to 16 members by increasing the number of members appointed by the governor to 7, it went from 4 to 7, and adding the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to the board. So welcome, Director Finkel. That's when you came on board. Now, it also required that at least one member appointed by the governor has specific knowledge of bonds and related financial instruments, including interest rate swaps and risk management. So, something must have been happening in 2013 for them to do that, but we'll get there. Among other things, the 16 of us on this board are meant to represent the state's diversity and to provide expertise needed to guide CalHFA's activities. So as a group, we represent urban, we represent rural areas of the state, tenants, folks with lived experiences, development, public housing, developers, municipal finance, and banking, all done on purpose. Because as you heard James Hacker say, that diversity informs how we do our work. So several of us also have additional responsibilities as members of board committees, and we certainly appreciate that. And then finally, this particular group of board members you all go above and beyond. You all are participating in grant openings, assisting with our outreach efforts, and serving as sounding boards for the staff and little old me when I ask for it, and I appreciate that. So let's go to the next slide. We want to talk here about our business model. So our business model is really unique. You heard James and Miles talk about balancing, sort of a balancing act, all these different folks that we have to deal with. And for illustration purposes, and this is not everyone, but these are the big guys that we focus, but that we generally have the most conversations with. The administration, PCSH, all the time we're having conversations. Multifamily developers, first-time low and moderate income home buyers, and I can go all the way around. And I gotta tell you, more often than not, they don't all agree how we need to be doing things, right? So we have to constantly weight them, That to me makes us similar in scope and the way that we have to move in this space to a bank. We can't just operate all by ourselves. We cannot be on an island by ourselves. If we do that, we're going to be in trouble. And we've seen trouble. I'm going to talk about what trouble looks like when we are not paying attention. So we are the state's affordable housing lender. We are designed that way, it insulates us from the state, you've heard that. So if we make a mistake, that mistake does not hurt our general fund. Therefore, we need to use a different lending model from other agencies, which necessitates the coordination that is here. While we always adhere to our mission in the state's housing policy priorities, we don't have a general fund safety net. If we mess up, we mess up. And we don't have any place to go but to ourselves. We have to look internally to find those solutions. So we operate as a profit and loss organization, very similar to a bank, and our financing opportunities are made available through access to the capital markets. We're going to hear from those guys and how that works. However, unlike a bank, when funds are paid back to CalHFA, they don't go to the shareholders. They are directed away from, and they are directed directly back into affordable housing. And most of the dollars that we get are recycled for future program offerings. You heard Director Sotelo talk about how important that was for us to get it back quickly. That's why. Because we need that to continue to do and act within the purpose for which we were very specifically designed. So I appreciate every time you say that, I'm like, she's got it. So this is CalHFA's secret sauce. This is our unique and vital role for the implementation of state's priorities. But to continue to fill this role, we need to make strategic financial decisions. We need to protect our organization. We need to collaborate effectively. We need to do all those things. And we have a large relationship with stakeholders, all those folks that I've already talked about. So a key illustration of collaboration that we see every day is seen in the management of our bond work, as an example. CalHFA leverages our strong connection with the state treasurer, who sits here as a member for our board of directors, in addition to acting as an agent for the sale of the agency's bonds. So they actually have two roles. That's important. And remember, kudos to the folks who created us because they saw that coming. And we still operate in that work in almost the same way that we did right from the very beginning. Concurrently, CalHFA's financial relationship is with brokers, dealers, and investors in the agency's bond and the rating agencies that independently evaluate our financial strength for those investors. So all of this coordination goes into the management of our bonds, which provides the resources we use to meet the goals of the administration and the statewide housing plan that HCD is so happy to update for us every few years. So let's talk about the operations on slide 7. So CalHFA began its operational journey. People often ask me, well, y'all didn't have no money, where'd you get it from? You're right. We borrowed $750,000 from the state of California. In 1986, we paid it back. 10 years, it was a 10-year plan. Feels like it. But the mandate, again, was for us to operate self-sufficiently. That's how they sold it, actually, to the legislature. We don't have to give them money. They're going to make their own money. They will not be relying on the general fund appropriations to service and to do anything, including servicing the bonds. So the principal function of CalHFA is to issue debt using the capital markets as financing for the programs that help us do the low and moderate income business that we do for Californians. So I was very happy to hear a lot of the questions that you were talking about when Erwin was making his presentation, because you're looking at what the future is going to look like for us. We stayed out of that for 10 years. 10 years we were sitting on the sidelines. I'm going to illustrate what that looks like and how important that was, not only to the bond work that we were doing, but to everything that we were doing, down to the employees. So it's important we keep our eye on the ball. It's important that we continue to balance, weight things throughout. Because if we don't, bad things happen. So here's the good news, that if we do get debt, it's not a liability of the state. So to have the most resources available to finance housing opportunities. We need the highest possible credit rating, as you are aware. We currently have the best rating in the organization's history. In the organization's history. So we are poised to get to work. We should be about the business at this point. Because you just heard James say it. In universes of scarcity, we are best positioned to move quickly. And that's what we need to be doing and figuring that out with your assistance. The financial strength gives us the better spreads between our cost of funds and the loan repayment. And so we have to continue to explore ways to use that revenue. And we can look to our founding statutes as the guide for how that works. So Health and Safety Code 51007, what does it say? It says that outside of our bond that we have to pay back and any general obligations to the bond and the monies that we need in order to keep this place afloat and set up the reserves, we are to provide special interest reduction programs, financial assistance for housing developments, or subsidies for occupants or owners thereof, and counseling programs. That's our mandate. As described in CalHFA's first annual report in 1976, basically, we are a quasi-banking entity. However, unlike a bank, we are mandated, legislative to have a social role in what is happening in the housing footprint of California. So we can't just do what banks do and, beat down people to death. We have to look at diversity. We have to look at equity. We have to look at those things. That's part of our DNA. So let's look at, on slide 8, I'm going to talk, before we get to slide 8, I'm going to talk a little bit about going back, a little bit about the 50-year history. Because I got to tell you, over the course of that 50-year history, we have certainly had our share of achievements. We've done some pretty phenomenal things. Director Sotelo talked about some of those things that were happening in the past. And I'll even say on the back on the other side of this room, you'll see some timeline of some of those key moments as well. I encourage you to go and take a look at them because it is a really phenomenal story. Now, and so you can see here, but something bad happened. Y'all remember that? The global, okay, I guess I'm only one old enough to remember the global housing crisis. So I can only imagine what the discussion might have looked like for the staff. I want to talk a little bit about this, what this is illustrating. So this illustrates the number of units that we were financing. So as we were moving into the crisis, which we know took place in 2008, remember the blue represents the units that we financed in the single-family universe. The orange, what represents what we were financing in the multifamily universe. So we were going up, 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 crisis. And then what happens? 2009, 2010, 2011, 12, 13. When I came on the board in 2014, I was shocked to learn that we did no single-family loans in 2013. 0. Now, why is that important? Because our revenue, our financial operations has survived for nearly 35 years, primarily based on the work that we were doing on the single-family side. In 2014, when I came, we did 50 loans, multifamily or single-family, 50 loans. Does that shock you? It should. The good news is, and the bad, I'm telling you the bad news, but the good news is some wonderful things began to happen here. And we started going through recovery. And now that we are starting to go through recovery, and we are building our strength fiscally, supported by what the ratings that have been provided to us now by S&P, which we earn, and Moody's. We are in the reinvention phase. You know, perhaps we need to be looking at what that landscape looks like going forward differently. Do we use legacy? Do we use new? Do we respond to the market? How do we balance it all? That's for us to all talk about when we're talking about where we move forward in this universe. So I will say, while it's clear that our financial position deteriorated significantly due to the losses, and we had an unusually high leverage debt portfolio, we are positioned well to move forward. But we have, in order to do that, we have to always keep at top of mind that our financial position, our risk profile, and our outcomes are linked. We can't keep our eye off the ball. We have to be risk averse. We have, to some degree. So it's about balance. I heard that word, balance, balance, balance. So CalHFA must operate as a profit and loss organization similar to a bank, where we are balancing. We've got money that we can access through the capital market. But we always have to balance, 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 and we always have to pay attention to our relationships and so forth.
Tina, I think, I'm sorry.
No, please, please.
What's striking about this graph for me is, you
Yes,
know,
please.
the sort of steady ramp up to '07, and then it all turns in '08, and of course the market just cratered. And then this sort of like, you got the lean and fat years almost in there, and that the years where nothing was going on, is that just the legacy of CalHFA overextending itself, not having financial resource to do it? Was it sort of a kind of a policy paralysis, or that dynamic back then would be just helpful to clarify that, because it's striking how little went on in those years in the teens.
Restructuring everything, it's crazy.
I think it was a restructuring of a lot of everything. I understand that at our lowest of low, we were $3.6 billion in debt. And I think what that probably meant that we needed to do a lot of things. First of all, foremost, we had to go out and seek capital for where we could to actually shore up those debts. And as I understand it, and my friend from my financial CFO is in the back of the room, but we took a lot of different levers to change things around. And that included, we borrowed money from the Federal Home Loan Bank. And I gotta tell you, I was sitting on the outside of this, and I know not only were we worried about it, all of the HFAs were worried about it. Because if California goes, that would have ultimately put a stain on them. And so I believe that NCHSA was pulling for us. There were a lot of people that were pulling for us and helping us. And Bill, you're probably around here, you probably shake your head, you know a lot more of what's going on than I do. I would suggest to you that we had to look at our operations as well. Prior to the crisis, we were at about 400 plus people, and we melted down to 200. So we took a hit to our operations, and that's how you manage that in the tough times. We were lucky enough to get some government funds, call it government funds, state funds during that. MHSA came to us during that period, so that helped. But the bulk of it was just going through the exercise of building back up. And when you do that, it's all hands on deck. So to shore that up.
And the problems during that time also weren't all internal. You gotta remember what the external
Sure.
environment looked like during that time. Property values in free fall, single family lending, nobody was doing because you couldn't for a period of time.
Yeah.
So it wasn't all internal. I mean, that you're seeing a reflection of what was happening in the marketplace at the time as well.
Unemployment was higher.
Oh, it was,
Oh, yeah, there was a lot of things that were going on simultaneously. So I think that, from everything that I could read, it was just all hands on deck, just trying to preserve. They did everything that they could, and kudos to them for, and there were some also the interest rate swap challenges as well. So it was a multiple thing that happened all at once. It's the perfect storm.
Well, we were just, so I came in 2013, and we were just highly leveraged, and, you know, we were, our rating was not great. And
Well,
we were
our
very
ratings took a
challenged.
tank.
Yeah.
I remember being an officer at the time, and I just kept saying, well, I know I was born in California, I mean, I was raised in California, but I was born in Texas, just saying. It was rough. It was rough, and it permeated, as I said, and extended beyond California, which was an additional challenge that they warded off. But as I mentioned, because of the adaptability, we were able to, we've been able to integrate a lot of new funding sources since that time. I think that we have introduced groundbreaking new programs, including the ADU grant program, the forgivable loans program, California Mortgage Relief, California Dream for All, shared loan appreciation. We're on our way, and I was really excited when we went to the HFA roundtable, and they referred to us, you know, they're back. Everyone was excited. So when you see the bond, the investors react to our bond the way that they did, it was completely oversubscribed, retail, ESG. That means that we still have something that we can sell and is valuable in the market. So we certainly have a lot of opportunities going forward. So I want to end with just saying a couple of things. I think as part of our reinvention, what I did when I first came here is I said, we gotta change this mission. We gotta focus on what we were built to do from the first place, which is finance. So I put finance in programs. Our job is to create financing programs as our #1 priority. It's where we started, it's what we are good at, and it's what we are built to perform at. And so that's where we started, and it's all centered around housing finance. Because as you know, despite our best efforts, we still have some challenges that we're dealing with. We have the high housing cost still remains a threat to our market economy. So when I look to our future, I know our My Home program will continue to just chug along. It's doing really great right now in spite of the interest rate environment. I know we have made the right financial moves to keep the lights on brightly. But some of our business lines are dependent on resources that will be drying up, or at least slowing down. MIP is potentially one of those. That's what keeps me up at night. That's why I'm here to give you a little bit of a call to action. Because from the very beginning, our success has been contingent upon our board's thoughtful leadership. We lived on that for 2 whole years without a whole lot of staff. And I think that it has actually helped us navigate through the ups and even the hard times. So I have my utmost ability as an executive director, and we have a staff that is fully engaged, but we can't do it without you. This version of our board, I can look at each of you and tell you at least, I can name 20 wonderful things that you guys have done in the last 10 years. I think about Maria Cabildo and that, I mean, she got a lot of flack for building that single family. We talked about the single family. That wasn't a popular idea 20 years ago, 25 years, it wasn't. Each of you has brings that strength and brings that courage in some way. And we're gonna need it because we are operating in a time of scarcity. We are operating in a time of uncertainty, both political, environmentally. There's so much going on. We're going to need you to get engaged. And so, with everything that I've detailed in this presentation, I'm inviting you to get engaged in a new way. We're ready and poised to help, but we can't do it without you. So I'm asking you all to focus on strategy, vision. What does 3, 4, 5 years look like for us? Not just what's going to happen with the next deal. Because our vision has to be longer than it's ever been before. That's why I told my team, we're not doing a year to year anymore. We're doing 3 to 5 years. We need to be reaching and touching and thinking visionary. But at the same time, we also need to be collaborative. We're not on an island, for goodness sakes. We are not. We have a lot of folks inside the administration and outside of the administration who can help inform our work so that we don't revisit some of the challenges that we've done in the past. We have no excuse anymore because housing is urgent. So I want you all to engage with me at a strategic level where you can help us see all the angles and position CalHFA just right for the future. We'll take your advice, and we will execute on those amazing programs with our amazing staff, and we will all do some amazing things. So with that, I turn it back over to you, Chair, and see if you have any questions you'd like me to answer.
Thank you so much. Great walkthrough. Any questions for Tina on this? I mean, I had one and I already shot my in the middle of it.
Well, that was great. As one of the newer board members, having that long-term perspective, I think thank you and the whole team that took the time to assemble all of that and then to present it in the way that you just did. It is incredibly helpful, inspiring, and I get the call to action. So thank you very much.
Yes, sir, Madam Secretary.
Thank you. I agreed. It was a great presentation. I guess my question has to do with looking at that bar graph and seeing the recovery and now in the reinvention. I'm curious about, were there practices that were codified during the time of recovery to reinvention that are now institutionalized within how the organization needs to run, as well as how board members need to show up? Because I think it would help us to know many things weren't working well. There were externalities that CalHFA couldn't control. But if we know now these are our best practices in terms of how we maintain our operations through recession, how we ensure that our rating doesn't fluctuate. I'm just curious about those underlying practices so that we can make sure we have fidelity to them as we think about reinvention.
Thank you for bringing that up, Madam Secretary. Internally, yes. One of the best thing that we did was to hire an enterprise risk management. And as part of that, what we are doing and what you are starting to see is codifying of some of those best practices to ensure that on the fiscal landscape that we're tight and right. We are doing things internally like developing those processes, putting them in place, putting them in binders, so that the next up will have a roadmap to follow. That's a big task for our current enterprise risk manager. You also heard from, you've also been hearing, I should say, from our financial officer about how we're starting to codify things, write things down in terms of how we move in the bond space, writing that down. We've been doing that for a while. And board management is an area that we have started to focus on in ways that we have never focused on before. We've always had a person who was assigned to the board, but we're starting to do things like make sure that you even have access to it. When I came on the board, the only way that I could get things is if I called someone and asked for it. Now we have a board website, or access to a link to our website that is just set up for board members so that they can access those documents that speak to exactly what you're talking about, what that role looks like. Some of the early statutes are there. We also make our staff available for periodic meetings. That is something that is brand new, because we recognize that each and every one of you has another job in addition to what you have. So we're trying to make ourselves even more accessible. But I will tell you, Secretary Moss, that I'm not satisfied with that. I just very recently moved some of the things off of the person who, the relationship manager, Melissa, who's here, for the board. I've moved some things off of her so that she can have an even greater focus on helping to meet your needs and helping to answer questions when you need them. So we're working on it, and we're also open to suggestions on how we might make it better for you.
Just to add to that, one of the things that we have is a little bit more direct oversight. So we have an audit committee that
Correct.
looks at the functionings of the organization from a risk management standpoint, as well as the financial audit perspective, and that's been great. Being here in 2013, before Tina joined, one of the things that we had was a lot of autonomy in the position of the executive director. They made a lot of decisions without really looking at the board level and the board input. And the meetings of the board were really like maybe once a quarter as opposed to the frequency that we have now. So I think that solidified a better oversight. And now we have authorizing resolutions that basically cap the executive director's discretionary actions.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for that.
I just want to thank you that you had to do all that research, read the book, and summarize that. I'm so impressed. That is amazing work that we need to build on, because you just encapsulated our institutional knowledge and history of Cali. That's super critical for future housers that sit on this board. So I hope we pivot from this and really document this even into it. I can totally see a documentary of this. This is super important. But maybe maybe I'm nerding out on housing now, but anyway, excellent job. Coming in, I did not do the heavy lifting that you all got. I came in shortly, and I remember also feeling age of a decade of wow, where we were and where we were coming from. And I was there receiving you all at the end of the tunnel when you all really saved CalHFA, because it was really a save, CalHFA, and Tia and everyone, which definitely needs to be teased out, because that was pretty much a heroic effort of talent of the board and our leadership then to document. But you did an amazing job, very impressive. And I couldn't feel any prouder of where we were and where we're at, and very exciting, and feel the same passion of the call of action. So excellent job, thank you.
Thank you so much. And I've got to give credit to my team. They have been up with me night and day. Gail, Claire, every single, Erwin.
Of course, those two had to be involved. Chris, he's not here, but he's been my right hand in helping to navigate the ship while I'm focusing. I can't do what I do unless he is there doing what he does. So it's just been, when you go through these kind of crises, one of my old credit officers says, you're not gonna learn how to underwrite until you go to a crisis. But and I think we all learned something from this. I was with you on the board when we first started, and I think we are better for it. I hate to say it, but Right.
we're better for it.
And I I will also add that also missing from this is when I joined the board, and actually even more Delilah, it looked very different in diversity. And the fact that we have 7 Latinos on this board, Delilah, you probably could speak in African, the diversity on here could make me even prouder because CalHFA was not that either in prior years.
Well spoken, well stated.
Well, I echo the comments from my colleagues. I feel not only as a member of the board, but as an official in the administration, that we have very strong leadership at the helm of CalHFA. That makes us feel, I think, us confident of the trajectory of the organization. And I think this presentation, the board members don't change that much. Maybe at the start of an administration, there are more rotations than in between. And so I think this presentation should be given to a member when he or she comes in. Maybe it's not you, but someone. I think it's used best because it's obviously very inspiring what we just heard. But you were just talking a minute ago about the needs of the board, and you heard me say this before, that especially looking at the upstream trajectory in volume in the last few years, right before or around your what did you call the last 3 years? Reinvention. Yeah, I think we all know these next couple of years are going to be tough in terms of government intervention and financing. And I am very appreciative and mindful of the risk aversion that plays out in an organization like this. The credit rating is very important, but I have said to the board before, and I repeat this again, maybe the upstream trajectory gives us in that reinvention phase an opportunity to look at the balance sheet and offer to the board some options to take a little more risk and look at alternatives that will keep some of the good financing that has occurred in the last few years afloat in lean times that are the ones that we are confronting right now. What does that mean? Well, I think that's where I'm seeking advice and counsel from you and your staff, maybe for conversation at a future meeting, because I think maybe the time is a little bit up in the next couple of years, a bit more risk, and maybe the organization is in a position right now to absorb them. So that's what I could encourage.
Thank you. I will say that Director Velasquez was one of the first calls after I got this job, and he has been a stalwart in helping me to do this job. So definitely take that into consideration. Thank you.
So this is the comment. I will echo all of the comments of the directors on the board. Amazing presentation. And this actually goes along the lines of Director Velasquez's comments around taking more risk. And I'm going to speak to Secretary Moss's comment around how to codify and how we move forward in terms of the reinvention. The piece around enterprise risk management, adding that, I think that's one avenue where we're going to be able to take more risk because we're going to beef up and make that avenue more robust. I think that's the opportunity, is having risk management in place. Every financial place that I've worked at, and I've told you this, from the pension funds to the banks, they all had risk management operations that were quite robust. And I think we can, we have a good risk management operation now. I think we can make it even more robust, and go after some of the more quote unquote riskier. I don't even know if I like that word, going more risk, but I know what you're saying. There's more opportunities particular, engaging all of our stakeholders and partners outside of the government and in the private sector space. They are on the sidelines wanting to help the nation in terms of a housing crisis. And so there are institutional asset owners, as I call them, from the life insurance companies to the pension funds to endowments that have liquidity that they want to put in place in a impact social lane. So that is what you will hear from me. You've heard this from me before. That's what I wrote my dissertation on, and that's what you will continue, that's what I'll continue to push as we move forward. But collaboratively, in line with what our governor office leads with, and in collaboration with all of the other state agencies.
Thank you, Dr. White.
So, I think what we're kind of off kilter on the schedule, and the part I was looking forward to in a big way was the municipal finance experts. It's kind of a highlight for my day. But what I'd like to do is to have us go and grab the food, because it's out there. True confessions, I've already started with a cookie. So there's one less for you
Oh, no
guys.
wonder you're coming through.
Yeah. But I'm starting to flag again, so I'd like us to go get the food, come back, and then have you guys talk. If you don't mind talking while we're eating. Yeah, and then you get a chance to take whatever's left over.
Thank you.
But, you know, unlike most mini deals I ever was involved.
Appreciate it, and thank you for CalHFA for inviting me back. So I'm trying to follow up with Tina's theme. If you applaud for me at the end, I appreciate that. I'm sure what you say. But you know, Tina kind of teed up what CalHFA was in the past, and we're sort of now in terms of the reinvention period. What I want to do is sort of just break down the core model of what an HFA is supposed to do and how it actually makes money. In the end, as Tina was saying, it's sort of like a bank, and I work at a bank, and so I kind of get the relationship between the two. So the way I break it out in terms of how an HFA works, right? Every HFA is different, you know, depending on the state, depending on if it's a local HFA or a state HFA. But primarily, I would say there are really two business lines, right? There's the single family business, and then there's the multifamily business, right? Depending on the state, they may have two, they may have one, they may have none. So when you look at single family, I would break it down to really three revenue generators for an HFA. Right? One, go back first. The bond financing, right, which is really what all HFAs sort of did before the financial crisis. Right? They would acquire mortgages through their lender network at set rate. They would finance those mortgages through the bond markets at Y rate and basically clip the spread or the difference between the mortgage rate and the bond rate and generate income. And that sort of was their operating income for a lot of HFAs. Fast forward to the 2008 financial crisis, TBA became a new tool for HFAs. And TBA, if not everyone knows what it is the to-be announced market. It's the mortgage-backed securities market, the secondary market for trading mortgage-backed securities. It's the second largest fixed income market outside of treasuries. So it's much larger than munis, much larger than corporate bonds, much larger than even the equities market. And so that was sort of one way for HFAs to adapt. Because as Tina showed in that graph, during the 2010-2016 time frame, bond markets were sort of frozen. And so it's not like HFAs could really go to the bond markets and borrow from investors at the time. It was quite challenging. And they had to adapt. And the way they adapt was effectively securitizing loans into mortgage-backed securities and then selling them. Servicing is another platform, and that's sort of a benefit. And I know CalHFA in the past has done this, no longer the case, but there are HFAs currently that do service their loans, and that is
basically ancillary income to just the financing of the mortgage through the bond program. The other aspect is multifamily. Again, the nice thing about CalHFA is that in the past, you had a active single-family bond program, and also currently you do have an active multifamily bond program. Bond financing, as we know, similar to single-family, where you put multifamily loans on balance sheet, finance it through tax-exempt bonds, typically 4% LIHTC deals, and that's how you sort of make income on that. Condo execution, really not a platform in terms of, it does generate income, upfront income, but it's typically minor relative to on-balance sheet lending. You don't take any balance sheet risk, of course, in terms of real estate exposure, but it's minimal. And servicing, again, if we put loans on balance sheet, the ancillary benefit there is being able to service those loans and create a relationship with the developer. So next page. So that was generically how HFAs sort of run their business models. But how does this really relate to CalHFA? And again, sort of going through this theme, right? So I think CalHFA for the last 5 years has done an incredible job of pivoting from effectively no market access to using TBA, and that volume and the amount of issuance there was all driven through the TBA market, and through the financial crisis to COVID, right, and with the Fed support, CalHFA and a lot of other HFAs really benefited from the economics of TBA. That is the challenge today, right, where the Fed has raised rates, right, in the last 2 years. TBA execution, as well as the Fed sort of pulling back from supporting the TBA or the MBS market, has really weakened the economics for HFAs, trying to still lean on 100% on TBA as the revenue generating for the business model. On top of that, CalHFA is a little unique where you have the My Home product, right, which is effectively state-funded down payment assistance, right? Not every HFA has that gift. And so a lot of them, back in 2021 and 2020, they would use TBA profits to fund down payment assistance. That doesn't work anymore. And so fundamentally for them, they're forced to reinvent themselves to lean off TBA because they don't have the benefit that CalHFA does. Bond financing. So I think this was sort of talked about a little bit during early discussions with Erwin. And I would say he's not alone. There are many HFAs now, and you'll see a couple slides later, that are starting to pivot back to bonds again. Right? What was not sexy in the past is now a very attractive or in vogue option. And part of it is because 3 years ago, tax-exempt rates and taxable rates, if you went to the bond markets, were basically the same. So you weren't really making any economic benefit by issuing tax-exempt bonds, and that's why most issuers went TBA. Now, rates have risen to a point where there's actually some differential between tax-exempt bonds and taxable bonds, and the fact that the TBA market doesn't work, HFAs have really pivoted and are starting to actually leverage that bond cap that they have and issue tax-exempt bonds. For example, right, issuing a bond today in the municipal markets probably gets you a rate of 450. That's your cost of capital. Right? You can, let's say, generically earn a point above that, right? So that's 550, and that's effectively the rate you would lend to the borrower. And that's back of the envelope, but that's sort of an idea, right? So lending at 550 today seems like a bargain. 3 years ago, it seems like a ripoff. But today, it seems like a real bargain when you're talking about where the market is. Right? Conventional market's like 650, 7%. You are really leveraging the value of tax-exempt bonds, right, as what it was designed for, right? To get a low cost of capital, to be able to pass that savings to the borrower, and to put them the first time into a home. Right? So we see a lot of issuers now leveraging that bond cap and effectively now starting to run out of bond cap. And that's sort of like the new problem HFAs are starting to experience, is how to leverage the bond cap that they have during this time period. Another thing that wasn't really mentioned yet, but My Home is obviously a state-appropriated down payment assistance for CalHFA. As I said before, not all HFAs get that benefit. One benefit that bonds do allow, since TBA doesn't work
now in some sense, is that you can also bond finance DPA. So, there are some, rating agency considerations of financing down payment assistance, right? So you do have to manage the amount of down payment assistance you fund within a bond program, but you have the ability to do so. And many HFAs do finance their down payment assistance through bonds, whether it be, 30-year 0% deferred, due on sale, whether it be a 15-year amortizing with an interest rate, usually maybe 2 points above the first mortgage. HFAs across the country are now creating multiple down payment assistance programs sort of to address different pockets of their population. And being the HFA that controls the down payment assistance, you can sort of design the down payment assistance to best fit your cash flows and your ratings, as well as your population you're trying to address. And some sense you can also potentially marry the two together, where you have a state appropriate down payment assistance combined with a CalHFA bond finance down payment assistance. So maybe my home is 3%, you add a 2% with CalHFA bond program, that's 5% down payment assistance to the borrower, right? Something that maybe TBA couldn't really afford to do. So again, it's another way to sort of drive the benefit to a borrower by using the bond program.
Would that DPA be against the volume cap, or could you use a different product and not have to be against the volume cap?
Good question. If you had unlimited volume cap, I would say you finance that with tax-exempt bonds.
Okay.
But generally speaking, you can use tax-exempt bonds or taxable bonds to finance down payment assistance.
And can you use recycled bonds that were issued in multifamily issues?
Not yet. I think we're all trying to.
We talked about that at breakfast this morning.
Really?
If you only have one thing as a state housing finance agency to ask for, it's to have multifamily be recyclable into single family. That should be the #1 legislative priority of every housing finance agency, I believe.
Great, there you go.
So much of the multifamily bond cap just gets burned
It does, it's horrible.
through just tax credits, right? And so that just gets wasted. Where single family, you can even recycle bond cap, right? For at least the first 10 years.
Write it up, let's do it.
Starting from today. But so to your point, the down payment assistance can be financed through tax-exempt bonds or taxable bonds, and that's what we're seeing today. And again, the structure of the down payment assistance can be creative, and CalHFA can structure down payment assistance that best works for the ratings of the agency as well as just the demand for the product. So what else there? Oh, servicing, again, I kind of touched base a little bit. So, there are 3 pillars, I think, in terms of generating income for the HFA, right? TVA, bond financing, and servicing. Servicing is something that CalHFA did do in the past, does not currently entertain it, but I think servicing, again, is a benefit actually on both sides, right? Since you are really interacting with the borrower, servicing is sort of independent of bond financing and TVA execution because you are really owning the loan. But it does take scale operationally. CalHFA needs to actually have a servicing department to really service the loans. And it needs to be of critical size. It's a volume business to a certain extent to make the economics worth it to actually have a servicing department. But it is a benefit, especially given now that prepayments are slow. Not many people are actually refinancing their loans currently, right? So they're staying in their homes. If you have a CalHFA mortgage, you're holding on for a longer period of time because there's really no opportunity to refinance. CalHFA can basically earn a longer period of servicing income off that mortgage, right? And that goes hand in hand with bond financing. Right? The longer that mortgage is outstanding, the more income generated off that loan over time. And I would say, this is not exclusive, right? Bond financing or TV execution. You don't have to do one or the other. I think to a certain extent, 3 or 4 years ago, many or some issuers really just felt to lean on TV execution only because it's a very clean process, right? It's effectively a trade, right? You don't have offering statements, you don't have due diligence calls, you don't have investor calls, you don't have, there's not a long lead time. It takes really a month and a half to 2 months to do a bond deal. For TBA, it's really just a week, a day. It's really a trade to execute something like this. And again, it's a very deep market, right? Again, it's a global market, honestly. And so it's very easy for an HFA to execute a TBA trade, and you can hedge it quite well through just TBA hedges. But I think HFAs have sort of evolved from just doing bonds, right, to doing only TBA, now to doing bonds and TBA, right, and sort of pivoting between which execution performs best at any given day, right. And I think even 15 years ago, HFAs didn't really change rates very frequently, but now, many HFAs, including CalHFA, change rates daily, right, just like a bank would, and sometimes intraday based on market volatility. And I think because most of the loans now are being securitized in mortgage-backed securities, the collateral inside a bond or inside a TBA trade is exactly the same. So that gives you that seamless execution between the two capital market products. Multifamily. So multifamily is another part of the business, right? There's the single family and multifamily side. And multifamily is an active business line within CalHFA, right? As Erwin mentioned, you just issued the inaugural deal last year, $85 million, brand new indenture, brand new OS. $85 million is a good size to start with. Really well received last year, actually. So I think the benefit in terms of diversifying revenue is that single family generally speaking, if you're doing bonds, the challenge there is prepayment risk, right? The borrower, everybody that owns a home can really just refinance at any time, assuming the economics make sense. Right? And so, if we are at the peak right now in terms of interest rates, and if the Fed does potentially lower rates by 3 cuts, and then this year everybody gets excited, but then who really knows based on CPI and PPI, it's not that hard for a borrower to make the economics work to refi, and potentially multiple times, right? As we kind of go through the rate declining cycle. And so if you're issuing mortgages and you're issuing bonds, that spread that you're earning might not really be for 10 years, it really might be 2 or 3 years, right? And so the nice thing about multifamily is that, one, in California, the loans are chunky, they're large, right? Because you have, just based on the population density of California, you can actually issue large multifamily deals, 30, 40, $50 million loans per project, right? And 2, the prepayment risk is very different, right? You sort of know, especially for LIHTC deals, there's a 15-year compliance period. And so you're really earning 15 years of spread income on these large projects for a period of time, right? It doesn't matter where interest rates are. You're really earning that interest at a time, and that's attractive, right? And quite frankly, even at the 10th year mark on the bonds, you can also refinance the bonds potentially at a lower rate, really increasing the amount of spread you can earn against the mortgage versus the bonds or your cost of capital. So to me, it's another way to diversify the income streams of CalHFA, right? Because currently right now, I think the lion's share of your income is based on TBA sales, right? And as TBA economics have declined, it's a direct impact to CalHFA's bottom line. There's nothing really sort of offsetting that, and there's no annuitized income stream. And so single-family bond financing, else multifamily bond financing really helps continue this annuitized stable income stream for the agency. So obviously helps with paying for the lights, paying for the office, paying for employees. One thing I'll mention here, and I know Justin will talk about it a little bit further, is middle income housing. I know it's been a hot topic. It was a hot topic last year when I talked about this. It's a hot topic this year as well. I think it is an opportunity for CalHFA to be able to potentially participate in this arena. Obviously, the 60% AMI and below, CalHFA already has an ability to lend to that subsection of the population. But between 80 to 120, there's not a first mortgage product from CalHFA to be able to sort of address that population. And obviously, the last 2 or 3 years, there were a lot of transactions done within California that sort of tried to address this need. But to a certain extent, all that was somewhat regional. Right? A lot of it happened in Southern California, a lot of it happened in Northern California, but they weren't really succinct. They weren't connected, right? But CalHFA, being a state HFA, has domain across the entire state, right? So to establish a program that's consistent, right, that's addressable to really all developers across the state, right, I think provides a more uniform solution to potentially for this, middle income housing crisis. And so, again, Justin will probably talk a little bit more about this, but I think.
I swear, we didn't see each other's slides. But like, you're not gonna believe when you see my slides, because it basically, it's like.
Well, I'm glad we're in agreement.
Yeah. Perfect.
Moving on from there, conduit execution, again, a nice to have in terms of, is an income stream that is upfront. It's kind of like TVA-ish, but on a much smaller scale. You do earn income from that, but it's small, and quite frankly, it's a potentially not a good use of bond cap, right? If you can find a project that can be put on your balance sheet and be able to be lent using tax-exempt bonds, it's better on your books than it is, through the conduit issuance market. And so,
Give me an example of that, what do you?
So if there's a project that came, a developer has many options to finance permanent financing, because they will need permanent financing in
Right.
the end, right? They can go through a Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac agency securitization, right, option, or potentially go through a CalHFA perm product, right? And so if you go through the agency execution, that sort of like goes away from you, right? And potentially it gets converted to a taxable execution fast. And really 3 years ago, a lot of these projects would be just issued for the 50% test, right? You would issue these bonds for 50% test. 3 years later, tax credits come in, the bonds get called, and they go through a taxable GSE execution. And so you sort of lose all that bond cap, right? But if you can issue it through CalHFA, and CalHFA can either partner with a construction lender, right, as sort of a lot of these deals are now today, and provide the permanent financing at an attractive rate, then that bond cap stays outstanding for a longer period of time, really being utilized for what it's meant for, right, which is to lend to 40% line tech deals, not to be diverted into a GSE taxable execution.
Yeah, one of the policy considerations that we discussed a couple years ago was in order to issue the conduit, we would require that permanent piece be with CalHFA. I'm not sure we actually successfully did that.
We did. That is MIP 100%. It's a requirement.
But it's not in our regular program, our non-MIP program. Because our rates weren't as attractive on the perm side.
Yeah.
That's why
That was one of the things.
so that would be
The
something.
market was sort of, they beat us at our own.
They beat us at our own game.
And that's what I'm saying, a couple of years ago, when rates were low,
Yeah.
it was much easier for developers just to go through.
So somewhere else, right.
Somewhere else. But now, we're seeing a little bit more activity now, because they're looking at a 7% permanent rate. I mean, here, you can offer a 650. They'll take whatever they can get at this point, right?
Exactly.
And then you're stuck at that rate for the next 15 years.
Yeah.
And so it's a better, to me, a utilization of volume cap. And quite frankly, again, that's what an HFA is supposed to do, especially one that's active multifamily platform, to really leverage FHA risk share. Right? Again, FHA risk share is designed specifically for HFAs. Right? And so I know that CalHFA is an active user of that. And all these permanent products have FHA on them. Might as well use it for, married with bond cap.
Yeah, so that's a great thing to look at.
Servicing, again, similar to single family, but, CalHFA gets the ancillary benefit of, you have a question?
My question, so the multifamily deals we do, that I've seen are tied to MIP.
Mhm.
Do you see other HFAs doing multifamily issues without something like MIP? Or is there a secret sauce like that that's needed really for an HFA to be competitive?
It depends, but I do think generally, whether it be a MIP or something equivalent, like a soft second, we are seeing a lot of soft seconds in other states as well, to sort of make these projects work. I think part of that's because of construction costs, right, labor costs, and just the gap has grown larger in terms of financing these deals, especially with interest rate costs as well. So something like a soft second, like a MIP program does help. But then at the same time, it's also that hook to get the developers in the door with the HFA.
And if our rates are competitive on the perm side, we won't need that. And could just do the conduit plus the perm, and that's it. And that savings would help some of that subsidy that would otherwise come from MIP.
Yeah, that's right, that's what's getting it. Like, let's say you took MIP out of the picture, are we in the game or really not?
Well, we would be, because if the market is at 7 or 8 and we're at 6, 6.25, that savings is attractive enough.
Yeah. Okay.
But the challenge there is that that's, debt service costs. but in terms of like upfront capital, that MIP still helps in terms of just pure cash to get the transaction done.
Right, but maybe we could put a recycled bond in there on the upfront cost, right? I mean, I guess they would still have to,
They still need sources from
it's
somewhere.
still sources, yeah.
Source issue. And-
That, the deferred developer fee, the $16 million from that other green that we just gave.
No,
All
the
that.
point is well taken, Director Stella. But I think the other thing that draws MIP in, puts MIP as a forerunner to developers right now is the state tax credits.
Yeah.
So that's the worry that I have, that I mentioned in my presentation.
Yeah.
That, but that's also that's the challenge, but it's also the opportunity. How do we flip the script? That's why hearing from Albert and hearing from the notes from Delilah's conversation are important for us to think about how do we flip it? Do we necessarily have to do it for MIP? Do we do it for something else? I don't know.
Can I ask a clarifying question about?
Absolutely.
So who controls the spigot for TBA? And will it take the path that bonds took when the market, like, bonds were not accessible?
Mhm.
Is that a pathway that TBA could take? Just curious.
Well, I think it's, that is interesting, and I think, I'm just trying to think here. But I think right now, you know, I've talked to many issuers, right? And I think some issuers say that TBA is, this is the norm for TBA. That, because the Fed was effectively an artificial buyer that was propping the market, you know, that provide like that extraordinary pricing for TBA execution. That was an abnormal situation, and that quite frankly, where we are now is where TBA should always be at. So it's never, it shouldn't be really outperforming bonds. But to a certain extent, I don't know how it will look when rates sort of fall back down again without the Fed being there, right? And will the economics of TBA improve slightly enough for some issuers to sort of dip their toes back into TBA again? There's been some talk, another reason why TBA hasn't performed as well is because TBA investors or MBS investors don't really know where the top is, right, in terms of rates continue to rise. And so they don't want to be burned buying low coupon mortgages effectively, low relatively speaking. But because the Fed has sort of pivoted, right, a little bit, and Powell has said now, like, we're effectively at the top, doesn't see more restrictive policy required unless inflation continues to persist or ramp up. There has been some talk of TBA premiums coming back, TBA premiums or TBA economics improving slightly, because TBA investors know now that, like, this is the top, so mortgage rates can't really get any higher than this, and they can only go lower. And so you can almost price the prepayment speed of mortgages a little bit better. And so the pricing might be a little bit more transparent from that perspective. So, but I mean, honestly, I don't know how they'll perform relative to bonds. But I think the benefit now of HFA sort of getting their muscle memory back into doing bonds is that they'll be able to pivot. And I still know some HFAs now that even though 95% of the production, well, I would say 95% of production was TBA 2 years ago. Now it's 95% bonds. But you know, they're always still looking at the TBA market, and they'll still do executions like once a month when there's an opportunity there, when there is an investor that's looking for, you know, specific collateral from this particular HFA. Because they understand, you know, the investor base for HFA TBA is also a little bit different because there's DPA associated with it. So the prepayment profile of that pool, the MBS pool, is a little bit different relative to just the, you know, the national market. And so it might prepay slower because of that DPA. And so that might, you know, be, an investor might be willing to pay up a little bit more to buy that mortgage-backed security. What we call a pay up in our speak. I guess next page. So kind of pivoting to this a little bit to your question here. Just give me an idea of just volume of business, of bond businesses actually have been generated since 2006, 2018, you know, last 6 years or so. Just give you an idea. Single family was relatively flat. Some issuers, honestly, in 2017 or 16 started to notice that it was a good idea just to have some diversification in bonds versus TBA, even though the economics were about the same. And TBA is easier to execute. They still decided that it's better to have two tools as opposed to one. So you did see that there was a relatively consistent issuance of multifamily's been actually relatively consistent, generally speaking, because there's only so many HFAs that do multifamily. You have HDC, Mass Housing, Colorado, Maryland. So there's not that many HFAs, so that's relatively stable. But single family, you'll see that it was relatively stable in terms of like 11 or 12 billion a year, and then it really started dramatically increasing, and really increasing last year in 2023 with $20 billion issuance. I mean, that's basically 25% increase. Year over year, actually, it's 40% if you just look at single family. And that's, we are busy actually helping a lot of HFAs, whether it be restarting their bond program, dusting off the playbook, as it were, or talking to HFAs that never did MRBs ever. And this is like local and state HFAs. And they're trying to understand, what is a tax-exempt bond? What is spread? And just trying to understand how to use the bond world to sort of access really a capital markets place that they've never accessed before in some, for the last 10, 15 years. So, and we imagine that this year will probably be very similar in the, call it $25 to $28 billion issuance. And there are a lot of investors now too, just in terms of investors coming in. There's not much yield currently in the TVA space, and so we're getting a lot of what we call crossover buyers to come in, especially in the taxable arena. Right? So you can issue bonds tax exempt, right? But you can also issue bonds taxably. And with issuers now either short on bond cap or financing non-qualified or non-tax exempt eligible mortgages with taxable bonds, a lot of crossover buyers that usually would buy RMBS or MBS are now looking at muni bonds. There are a lot of questions that we're fielding in educating our investors about what muni bonds are and the disclosure and the inconsistencies between HFAs, but there are a lot of buyers now buying taxable bonds because there's just not enough yield, or the yield relative to TBA here is attractive, right? And so we're getting a lot of insurance companies really coming in, PNC and long-term life insurance companies buying, all parts of the taxable curve. So it is definitely garnering a lot of attention right now. I mean, I think generally speaking, muni bonds in terms of issuance declined last year. I think 400 to 300 something, but housing bonds have gone up, as you can see. So it's becoming a more prominent member of the asset class. Switching to this, so I thought this was interesting. This gives you an idea, who's doing what right now, currently, right? So what I highlighted here were HFAs that are actively issuing multi-family and single-family bond programs, state HFAs, not locals, just states. So that's why, let's say New York City's not here.
We're the only one. Sorry.
That's my punchline. Hey, I got a coffee. I asked Erwin if this is okay, and he said it was okay. So you'll see that, again, this part of it is just the geographical locations of some of these states where multifamily just doesn't work, right? You're not really issuing bonds in, let's say, Wyoming or North Dakota for multifamily because the size is not there. But generically speaking, many HFAs have converted or restarted their single-family programs across the nation. Like Oklahoma is brand new, Arkansas is brand new, Kentucky is brand new. So there are many HFAs now are starting to sort of reestablish their single-family bond programs because they were doing TBA. That doesn't work anymore, so they're all learning how to do bonds again. And I bet you in the next 6 months, a couple more of these states we're working with are actually starting to switch to blue as well.
Albert, to be clear, there are states that are doing multifamily conduit issuances, but you're talking about where they're actually borrowing in the capital markets and lending themselves, right?
That is correct. On balance sheet lending.
On balance sheet.
Yeah, on
Like
balance sheet.
Oregon and Washington do a bunch of conduits.
That's correct. That's absolutely correct.
What are Arizona, Kansas, and Alabama doing?
They were doing TBA, right? And it just takes a little bit of time to, well, I mean, again, it's a learning process to switch from TBA, especially if that was what you started with,
Yeah.
and to understand bonds. similar to CalHFA, right? Creating a new indenture, creating a preliminary offering statement, going through a rating process, which is, you have to rate an indenture, you don't rate TVA. There are a lot of mechanics that need to be established to do bonds. And so if you're going to do it, it's an investment. Right? And that's sort of like, the highlight here is that if CalHFA decides to restart the single family engine and all the paperwork is sort of there, it's an investment to sort of start that bond program up again. And so, every year, one tech in Delaware just started. I mean, they literally just issued their inaugural bond like maybe a month or two ago. And they were talking about this 2 years ago. And so it takes time for some of these issues to sort of get up and running, right? And it's also interesting to see this, when you look at this map, that, again, it's sort of state profile, but a lot of the northeastern states where I am, they have active multifamily and single-family bond programs. And also the Midwestern larger states with higher population concentrations. But to your point in California, that is, I was talking to Justin about this, about the GDP. So I guess California is the fifth in terms of GDP, if it were a nation, relative to other countries in the world, right? Just behind India and in front of the United Kingdom. So you have a very large, robust economy, right? A very large population. Multifamily, you did one deal last year, right? That's the inaugural deal, many more to come, right? But in terms of single family, you are doing TBA, so you're addressing a single family population. That's not to be discredited. But in terms of a bond program, currently does not exist. Right? And I think really the time is right to do so, right? We talked about this 3 years ago, I think it'd be very hard or compelling to have a bond program because you're like, TBA is working so well. The Fed is supporting it. What's there to talk about, right? And it's very easy. It's turnkey, right? But a bond program now makes sense because the economics between tax exempt and taxable rates work, and the TBA market is not really working. And so the time is now to kind of get this going so that the machine can sort of build, right? Because this, again, is a annuitized income stream. You had a question?
Can I just ask you a nuanced question about everyone who's doing the single-family bond program? Do you have a sense of how many are doing direct lending to developers versus direct lending to home buyers?
On single family?
Yeah.
Very few. I probably know one or two, honestly, instances.
Florida, Texas, maybe?
Where they loan to the developer to do to help them finance the construction of the single family and then roll that over into the permanent debt for the home buyer.
That's so I know at least of one or two instances. It's rare. I think that's also like sort of a new problem to address. First HFA.
I know you talked about this at our last NCHSA meeting, and I agree with you, it's very rare. And I know that both Texas and Florida are looking at it. I'm not sure if they actually have anything in place.
I know Colorado's done it once.
Colorado, yeah.
They've done it once where they directly lent to a developer to basically create new single-family homes. I think actually they were townhouses.
Yeah, and the HFA does that.
Yes, but it's it's a rare instance that the construction risk profile, the underwriting profile is very different to doing that. So it's been done on a limited basis.
Yeah, it's a multi-family risk profile traditionally, right? Because you're underwriting the developer and their capacity. Sure. But the product is a single. I'd love for us to take a look at that.
So that is my slides.
All right.
If you have any other questions, let me know. I'm around, or now as well.
So I think we'll maybe pick up the questions, after Justin's done, but thank you so much.
All right. Well, thanks, Albert. Great. So we've heard a lot this morning about reinvention and the future, and particularly about how capital markets are kind of a necessary part of that future, or an optimistic, hopeful part of that future. Because when you go to the capital markets, you can make your dollars go farther. You can make your dollars, you can get additional dollars. You can sometimes, you make your dollars cheaper. All these great things that we've heard about with capital markets today. So I want to talk about middle income housing, but really from the perspective of the fact that middle-income housing is an area, it's just one example. I don't want to like oversell middle-income housing. I just want to talk, this is one example of a place where CalHFA is very positioned, well-positioned, given its statute, staff competence, outstanding staff competence, and mission to leverage the capital markets to solve what is really a pressing problem in our state in terms of housing. So, as I said here, you heard all morning about decades of experience leveraging capital markets to finance low-income rental housing and home ownership, so below 60% AMI, and then the home ownership, first-time home buyer plan or programs. But we've all known for a while, I mean, I'd say over a decade we've been talking about this at least, that as housing costs have continued to increase in California, there's this gap that's opened up. It's often referred to by those of us who live in the Bay Area as the Tracy situation, because you have people commuting in from Tracy to jobs in the Bay Area, right? Because you've got people who make too much money to qualify for, sorry, was there a question?
No, I was just, I think we were.
It was Tracy.
Tracy?
Oh, Tracy, the city, Tracy. Tracy, like
Stockton.
Yeah, people
Tracy,
people
California.
commute.
Sorry, it's like maybe a county of Tracy.
No,
but that
people
may not
commute
be.
from Tracy, California to jobs in the Bay Area because they can't find a place to live anywhere near their jobs. That's why we call it the Tracy problem. And
Go on.
okay, so you make too much money. You make too much money to qualify for low-income rental assistance, but you don't make anywhere near enough money to buy. Yeah, I should have had a map. Can you, Stephen? Can you?
It's Northern California.
Northern California.
In Southern California, it's Riverside.
There you go. It's okay. Well, let's call it the Riverside problem. Okay. But anyway, the point is.
San Bernardino County.
Okay, we're going on a field
We're
trip.
going on a field trip. The point is, you make too much money to qualify for low-income rental housing assistance in its various forms, and you don't make enough money to buy a house anywhere near where your job is. So you end up driving 2 hours a day in each direction. That's basically what we're talking about. And that, we call it the missing middle, and nobody's really figured out how to deal with this issue. MIP has been helpful, but it's limited in that you only have as many MIP dollars as you have. And although they are leveraged with state tax credits, but I think we all have a sense that they may not be for much longer leverageable with state tax credits. And then also MIP is, it really, I believe it only goes up to 80% of AMI, is that right?
Well, it was intended to do the 120,
But
it's
in essence,
in reality,
pivoted to-
it only goes up to 80. So
Pivoted.
we really don't have a solution for this missing middle. And so that's what I want to talk about is how CalHFA can possibly or could use the capital markets to help solve this very serious problem. Could we go to the next slide, please? And then this is really, as I say here, significantly, one might say grossly oversimplified, but it gives you a sense, at least of the way I think about the range of the market that you and we are all trying to serve. Low income and below low income, we have very low income, which is usually 50% AMI, extremely low income, 30% AMI, permanent supportive housing, all of that. I just put it into low income. Moderate income, I'm sort of thinking means up to 80%, like 60 to 80. Middle income, 80 to 120. And then this is just full on market rate, people who've got plenty of money, they're buying houses, all of that. And you're currently, through your conduit program, serving the rental population in the low-income market. And actually, I think the loans that were in the multifamily deal, the most recent multifamily balance sheet deal, were also low-income loans. But so you can serve the low-income housing, and that's the one that's combined with tax credits. That's the one where you get volume cap from SIDLAC. And that's sort of the program that we're all, I think most of us who are housers are familiar with. The low-income tax credit, you get tax credits, you get private activity bonds, and you plug the gap, and you do a construction loan, you pay it down to perm, all that. And I put largely conduit because there's you do have done some balance sheet lending most recently with that one deal, and more to come, as Albert said. Moderate income, that's also a rental product. This is not exactly for sure, or it's not exclusively the case, but the moderate income deals we're seeing, we're seeing done in the capital markets now through other issuers, not through CalHFA, are mostly being done with what's called 501c3 bonds, and I can get into that in as much detail as people would like. But they're what's called 501c3 bonds, and what you need to know about 501c3 bonds is they don't require volume cap. So it's a different type of bond where you could loan the money to a 501c3 entity, and it does not require volume cap. And then MIP can also be folded in here, and I'll come back to these green boxes in a minute. By the way, I hope everyone appreciates I did my own slides, like actually myself, so that's why they look kind of not as nice as Albert's, but.
The Barclays theme colors, I appreciate that.
Yeah. Okay, so then middle income, and I'm, by this again, I mean like 80 to 120, also, that really could be rental or home ownership, depending on the market, right? On the rental side, these are more often, you can kind of do them with 501c3 bonds, but it's a bit of a, you kind of have to wedge it in there. It doesn't really fit neatly. There are these governmental bonds, which for those of you who've read the articles about the JPA deals, that's the JPA. And by the way, we'll have a whole session afterwards where you guys can pepper me with every single conception, misconception, hard question, everything about the JPA deals. Just fire all the arrows my way. So that and there are both true, accurate concerns about those and some misconceptions, to be clear. So the governmental deals are really the main thing that we see being used for this sort of 80 to 120 range. And just to explain what a governmental or essential function deal is, it's a transaction that looks from a credit perspective, it looks kind of like, almost like a multifamily deal. It's just a project credit with a single asset, and the investors are investing in that asset. So it's just a pure, like, I'm buying these bonds because I believe that this project is going to produce enough revenue to pay me back. But from a tax and legal standpoint, it's a totally different deal. It actually, from our point of view as bond counsel writing the tax opinion, that deal is the same as the city of Fresno issuing bonds to redo its city hall. It's just some stuff that they're going to own. Because the city has a good governmental purpose. City needs a city hall. City decides they need some housing. They issue some bonds. They build some housing. It's a very simple deal from a tax perspective in that sense. Actually, much less complicated than these, which are very complicated from a tax perspective. And you got first-time home buyers for middle income. Also, that same range requires volume cap, which, as we discussed, is currently the topic this morning, not available from CIDLAC for this purpose. So, but you heard from Albert why, anyway. And down payment assistance can go there, and then you have the market rate all the way over here at the other side. So my thinking on the green parts is that these are sort of areas, and particularly I'm focused on these two, where there's this need, the middle income need. I mean, you're already serving this part of the middle income population, but this middle income area right here it's currently being served with kind of a hodgepodge of, and this is in other states as well, Texas, Colorado. We've done deals in Idaho. We did a deal in Idaho for resort towns have a big middle income need, for example, because same problem, people can't afford to live near their jobs. So these are the areas where I think that CalHFA could, using the capital markets and either 501c3 bonds or governmental bonds, which do not require volume cap, provide support to the middle income rental population. That's basically my thesis. So let's go to the next slide. So why would CalHFA be better for, or why would CalHFA have an advantage in this middle income housing range compared to, say, the JPAs that have done some of the recent deals? One, who mentioned this? You mentioned it, Albert, that it's statewide. So you have a statewide mandate and statewide jurisdiction. If there's one thing capital markets love, it's standardization. When you do a big securitization or you do some kind of big pooled financing, you want all the financial assets that underlie that overarching borrowing to be as identical as possible. This is how Fannie Mae works, this is how Freddie Mac works. The city securitizations that you guys participate in, They love it when the underlying bonds in the securitization are from CalHFA because your bonds all kind of look the same. When they get an oddball one from the city of LA or city of San Jose, they're kind of like, man, it just doesn't look like the others. It's not there's anything wrong with it, it's just the capital markets love for everything to look the same. So you have a nice advantage just by virtue of being a statewide entity that you can streamline and make everything the same across the whole state. So you can operate, you can do a middle income deal in Alturas if anybody needs one, and you can do a middle income deal in San Diego and everywhere in between. Also, CalHFA has this great balance sheet and rating and reputation, and so you're attractive to private capital. Investors, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, like CalHFA as an entity. They want to invest in CalHFA, and similarly, developers want to work with CalHFA because they understand that if you are able to borrow relatively inexpensively, you were talking about this too, if your dollars are cheaper, their dollars are cheaper. So developers want to work with you. And this is really maybe the one I think is most significant though. The first round of the essential function, what people call the JPA deals, they were extremely highly leveraged. They were all debt. There wasn't really any equity in them. And that kind of worked. The capital markets were extremely enthusiastic about them at the time. If you have I should have brought my chart. My favorite chart is one that shows apartment cap rates, which is the investment rate on real property. I think everyone here knows that. And they kind of go like this right through 2021 and 2022. And then bond yields go like this. And all the deals got done right there because apartment buildings were a really good investment and the money was really cheap in the capital markets. So you could get 100% debt financing, but that's probably not the most sustainable model. So these deals are going to do better, both in terms of consistency of execution and ultimately lower default risk if there's some kind of equity or support in them. And CalHFA has this, I'm not saying you want to do this, but you have the ability to put money into these deals. You could contribute actual cash equity. You could set up some kind of investment vehicle where you put equity in. You can put in subordinate debt using your balance sheet and then get it back at the end. And was it you, Delilah, that said something about patient capital this morning? Somebody said something about, no, it was, yeah, patient capital. You also have the advantage of being patient capital. So in a capital stack that's got, 70% senior debt, and maybe you get 10% from some other outside investor that wants like a 7-year time horizon because they're really like hard-nosed investor types who are like, I want to get my money in and get it out and make a nice return. You could maybe put in 20% with some money that you're willing to wait for 10 or 15 or 20 years because you're a governmental entity and you don't then have to turn around and answer to your investors who are screaming, I want my 9% return or whatever. So you have the advantage of patient capital, and you also can put in these, I'm just calling it public equity in contrast to like private equity. This kind of money that you could put into middle income deals, you could do it yourselves or you could do it, and I know you've had inbound inquiries about this, in concert with cities, counties, school districts, DGS. A lot of school districts, a lot of local agencies that have got land lying around. There are a lot of churches that have land lying around. I don't know if anybody here has been to a church lately. There are not a lot of humans in churches and there's a whole lot of land, so there's just a lot of opportunities like that where you can partner with nonprofits and with other governmental agencies to contribute land. And in California, contributed land is that's a big contribution. That takes what would have been a 100% debt project and makes it effectively like an 80% debt financed project. You got a lot of equity right there just by putting in the land. And you also, this is what you said, Delilah, you also have access to all these federal resources, FHA, Federal Home Loan Bank, HUD, all those sorts of things. So I didn't have a whole lot prepared. I'd love to answer any questions, demystify, probably some of this didn't make sense, so fire away.
I just want to piggyback on that comment with churches. I mean, that is definitely true where Jim and I are on Contra Costa is there is a lot of churches wanting to downsize, partner up. In fact, there really isn't developers, affordable housing developers that we need in Contra Costa County because they like being in San Francisco and Oakland. But we have the most land availability, and there is such a desperation there. They don't have the technical assistance. These are parishioners just floundering, trying to figure out where to go. And there's a huge opportunity there to really put a program together, not only technical assistance, but to really shepherd where, and I'm not talking half an acre, I mean, they're holding on to serious acreage around their churches, and they want to get in the business of building and contributing to the affordable housing crisis, of dealing with it, because of obviously their mission and giving back to the community. So I think there's a space for us to work in that, but what do you envision, or what have you seen? Like,
Well, I work on a pro bono basis with the Lutheran Church, St. Mark's Lutheran Church in San Francisco, and they own Martin Luther Tower, which is there, but they want to do some more development. I mean, they own basically an entire city block in San Francisco, and if you go in on a Sunday morning, there are like 80 people there, maybe, and most of them are over 80. Like, you know what I mean? It's like they really need they've got a ton of land and they want to do something with it. The problem with San Francisco is, even with the contributed land, the gap is huge for them to be able to really make something work. But in a market like Contra Costa, that's still urban but less expensive, I think that could really work.
And do they lose the land? I mean, how do those
Or
partners?
they could do like a 99-year lease or something.
Oh,
like that.
okay.
Yeah, that's generally what people do. It's they don't actually, because they don't actually want to like give it away forever, but they tend to want to do a 99-year lease or something.
Yeah, no, I think there's huge opportunity in Contra Costa because of that land.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't wanna call it surplus, but like you said, there's 80 people going to church.
Underutilized.
Yeah,
Underutilized.
underutilized, or, you know, Zoom now has brought mass to, it has not gone back. And
Exactly.
so, I think that's a huge space that we could play in.
And
So
technical assistance is something they desperately need. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, I mean, I've had so many come and cities aren't really helpful. I mean, it's just because I think what I'm seeing at the city council levels is like when churches come, they're like, you know, they don't know what to do with it. And then they flounder and then they try and then they, you know, then some, you know, for-profit developers come in who don't know affordable housing, and then they waste another year. So I'm like dealing with one right now that's been in the process about 4 years, just because they were bounced around all over the place. So
Yeah.
I definitely feel we can.
So there's new legislation that allows for expedited planning approvals and entitlements on church-owned land. It's gonna
Yigby.
be developed as
Right.
affordable housing.
Yes, and
Yes, in God's backyard, yeah.
Yeah.
Yigby.
Before.
That's before. Yeah.
It has to be affordable.
That's what I'm saying, it has to be affordable. So in Southern California, there's a whole movement in South Los Angeles to work with churches, keep them in the ownership position through a 99-year lease, and then have developers go in and develop land.
187,000 acres up for grabs.
Whoa.
With SB4.
Wow.
But see, I think that's the other piece.
So there's an opportunity.
Yeah.
So I have a bit of a moral dilemma with this, because I understand the notion that the missing middle is growing, and that this has been a challenge that has been escalating for as long as I've been in California for 20 plus years now. And I also appreciate this idea that we can leverage CalHFA infrastructure to engage the capital markets. I think what I'm struggling with is, I don't know that it is government's responsibility to solely solve this problem without the capital markets actually putting the resources into the game. Because in your slide, you didn't even, you sort of had the low income category, but statewide, there are more than 3 million people who are in the 0 to 30 income AMI category. So I think it's a question of prioritization and what is government for, right? Like an HFA has a double bottom line. And so I'm just struggling with both sequencing our obligations to our core functionality, and we have not achieved a state where everybody has a home, rental or or ownership. And so there's something about we're solving for multiple challenges, but at what expense? If we pivot toward creating this product, which I don't actually personally disagree with the fact that we need it. I just wonder whose responsibility is it to lead on it? Because when San Francisco started subsidizing 80 to 120 deals with the small sites program and so forth, that was subsidy money taken away from the other affordable housing programs in San Francisco. So I think that's my challenge a little bit is, what is government's responsibility and who is it to? And how do we have a response for all Californians, but also prioritizing those that don't actually have the ability to commute to Tracy because they don't have a home at all.
Yeah.
Right. So I think as we look at the housing spectrum and which of our entities, CalHFA, HCD, all of them have a responsibility to sort of collectively manage our assets along that housing spectrum, whose job is it on the missing middle is my struggle.
Well, I'm singularly unqualified to
It's
answer
really,
that
it's
question.
really
But
a
I-
question
but I will say
for
this,
my colleagues
I
on the
honestly,
board.
I know.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
you're just a target,
Could
my
you go
friend.
back to the slide?
Yeah, let's go back, let's go back.
Just-
I don't have but who's going to come?
Just go back to the slide with
There we go, yeah.
that slide there. And folks had their hands up before me, but I have a comment on this. I have a similar slide where those greens are. And it's different, it's a different input.
And I just want to respond quickly as someone who's unqualified to answer your question, that I do think about that. I often worry if the things we do are Band-Aids on a broken system, and I also know that there are really people who really care, who've really thought about it hard, who believe that you should start at the bottom and don't get to the next level up until you really address the bottom. Go, yeah.
Yeah, however you want.
What I worry about, in the Secretary, I hear where you're coming from, especially because the need is so great and it's so desperate at the 0 to 30. What I worry about is that the capital markets aren't addressing the issue of the missing middle.
Yeah.
And there's a domino effect to housing, and it all leads into one another. And if we don't do everything at the same, if we don't address the various tranches simultaneously, it exacerbates the problem. So but we only have finite amount of money, and I understand that, but I don't think we can put the foot off the pedal on kind of the middle folks, the folks that are, struggling, and on our, the teachers, the firefighters, I really worry about that no one's doing anything for them.
Yeah, and just, if I could just respond to that, I agree. And I don't want to get in a game of oppression Olympics, right, where we
Yeah.
are, having to favor one group over the other. I guess what I'm asking is this proposal a way for CalHFA to induce the capital markets to get into the game of solving this problem? Or are we trying to leverage our resources to offset the fact that they are not stepping up to the table?
Yeah.
And that's where that's what
Yeah.
I'm trying to unpack a little bit.
Yeah, and I think that's, Secretary, I think that's where the magic of what our collective experience will help create, right? Because Justin isn't proposing a program as much as he's saying there is a competitive advantage that CalHFA has that no other government entity in California has. And using those tools, how can you inspire the capital markets that feel confident in CalHFA and that feel, a partnership with CalHFA? How can we marry our tools with their belief in us to then create a program that we need to do, right? Because at the end of the day, our mandate, as Tina so eloquently talked about historically, is to do both low and moderate, right? It says low or moderate. And, you know, I know that I've done mixed income housing from public housing, 0 to 3, mixing it to tax credits, and I've done tax credits, mixing it to higher income, actual development, right? And there's nothing better than people of different incomes living right next door to each other, right? That's the way to do it. And our MIP program, when it was initially designed, you know, back in 2018, 2019, was the intent to go to the missing middle of the 60 to the 120 and not utilize all of the tax credits to do all of those things. But what it turned into, because the need was so extreme, is that permanent supportive housing developers started using the program and saying, yes, it's mixed income with permanent supportive, formerly homeless housing being provided in the context of higher income tax credits. So the policy switched pretty drastically because the need was there, right? The need was there. So I'm excited about the idea of utilizing, I'm always committed to permanent supportive housing, and I want to work ourselves out of that job. I want to work ourselves out of needing to do housing for homeless for the next 20 years. And having the unhoused housed is a primary focus of all of us and responsibility of all of us. I think that part of what we need to do as CalHFA is to utilize the tools that we have in place that we haven't utilized, like the 501c3 bonds, that don't go against the volume cap and don't take resources away from CIDLAC and TCAC to be able to house, to be able to create housing for formerly homeless individuals, but rather, you know, it's kind of a gift almost, right? I'm intrigued about the essential function government bond component, because if that doesn't go against the volume cap, is that an opportunity for us to kind of create a niche program as a test pilot to say if it works for churches and, you know, we're able to do a little bit more flexibility. And then, I know I keep harping on this, but at the end of the day, the reason that I keep saying the MIP money has to come back and developers have to not get paid as much, right? Or we have to share equity with developers a little sooner so that we can recapture that money and use that money to recycle into these programs again. Whether we choose to recycle them into, you know, first-time home buyer for people at 30% AMI or below, like the Habitat for Humanity model, or whether we decide to put it into a mixed income model. We need to have that flexibility. So I'm all for using 501c3 bonds, government bonds, and recycled bonds to try to accomplish policy objectives. And I'm okay with test pilots. It doesn't have to be the same. We can be flexible and we can try something out, and if it doesn't work, we can pivot. But we gotta try something other than what we've kind of been doing, because the volume cap is not gonna, you know, be lifted anytime soon. And we're just running out of resources.
So I'd say just the green there, that's an opportunity for what I define as institutional asset owners. That's where it makes sense in terms of a return perspective. So I have a similar graph here where CalHFA, I do agree, CalHFA has some tools and some abilities that could help attract private capital. And so I want to put that to the side. And we can use these tools in terms of, we can use it as subsidy, as finance, or just policy. We're getting more into the role of influencing policy. So remember, we also can influence the legislation too, and not necessarily always have to be the dollar at the door. So we want to keep that on the table too. But the one thing that, and you didn't, this isn't why you were here, but the one thing that is missing specifically with the green are the life insurance companies, the pension funds, the endowments that want to invest in housing. And this is where they play very well because it's attractive to them. What we do really well is 80% and below, which we'll keep continuing to do. I'm not saying we don't need to, we shouldn't go into the space of 81 to 120, but we may not have to shoulder that burden alone if we engage the private sector, that institutional capital. So that's why I like this, I really like this slide. I'm gonna I'll find my slide, I'll share that with you, but this is very simple.
Steve, did you have something?
Yeah, I have a few points here. I mean, in terms of middle income impact on affordable housing, Arnulfo Manriquez at MAC is often fond of saying, the cheapest unit that we can provide for affordable housing is one that already exists, not build a new one, draw that family up to the next stage of their life. And so to be able to, but there's a gap now between affordable housing and then the next lowest market thing is an unreachable gap. And so I do think that there's, at least we need to be aware of that this is affecting our ability to produce enough affordable housing. We need that middle income. And I think if there is a possibility of drawing in dollars that aren't currently playing in the market, then there's things we should be exploring here. Spending our precious resources, on helping the market, which should function. I feel differently about, but can we bring in money, capital that wouldn't otherwise be on the table at all? And then I want to go back to a point I made earlier about housing types, that multifamily ownership. Can we do something in that space, whether it's through loan guarantees or some other risk mitigation? Because I've been told that by a number of developers that they would play in that space. They would be investing in multifamily, row homes especially, condos, if these few things were taken care of, exactly. And that, if we can induce private capital to come in with minor guarantees, I think that's ideal. And similarly, loan guarantees, as one vehicle, I talked to a lot of infill developers in San Diego. We have a very robust, small-scale infill development community, and loan guarantees are something that for them would take enough risk out that they could take chances on building more projects. So are there ways that we can put our money, leverage it without actually spending it, so to speak? And that's
I was just going to say, this is an excellent opportunity for us to transition to the next speaker, because we are throwing out some ideas, and I don't want to lose this moment. And I did want to, I'm not trying to interrupt the meeting, but we're going, we're cooking with grease, and we need to get this down. I want to first, if you don't mind, thank these two gentlemen. They not only came here on their own dime, but they are often available to talk to us, and I think they are just amazing resources that we use most often. So thank you so much. And they're a lot of fun too. Thank you so much for coming today. And now, I'm not taking over the meeting, sir. I just want to
Did a great job.
This is just such a great time. What do you think about, Chair, if we take maybe 3 minutes while we allow Cassandra to get set up? What do you think?
I think that's great. And if I could add in, thank you both very much. It was really helpful.
Thank you for having us.
I think you helped see the conversation we kind of need to have.
Yeah.
I love the graphic too, by the way. The fact you did it yourself,
Even
bonus
better.
points.
We'll get that to everybody.
Yeah. And can we get copies of these slides?
Yes.
That'd be terrific. Thank you.
5 minutes break, Tina?
Hmm?
Did you say 5 minutes? Just,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take over the meeting, but.
We got 2, 4,
The restrooms kind of backed up.
7. We've got a quorum. I think we should resume.
Sorry. Said you ain't going nowhere.
Cassandra, thank you for joining us and facilitating our session. Yeah. I'm going to just pass it to you. Introduce yourself to the group, please, and love to hear it. You're going to facilitate this next conversation.
Yeah, I'm not going to introduce myself. That would take too long. What I would like to do, though, is just, because I don't know many of you, I would normally do about a 15-minute get-to-know-you icebreaker, but I'm going to make this short. I've read your bios. I can see your names. But in the spirit of my filling out my NCAA bracket today, I at least want just one or two sentences on your affiliation and who you picked for first place. I went with North Carolina. If you're not a basketball fan, you can tell me that too and pick your favorite team, but I just want to know who's in the room with me. So I'll give you 30 seconds to think about it. Did anybody do a bracket other than me in the room?
Sorry.
I knew I could count on somebody. I'm a leader of a team that's pretty young, so I had to do it. And plus, I really bombed on the NFL thing. That was painful. You have to change your. I have to what? I have to adjust the team every week? That's ridiculous. So, okay, you've had time. Marina.
Oh man, I didn't do a bracket.
That's
I have
okay.
no idea what teams are even competing right now. That's how bad it is.
Okay.
Cal Bears.
Atta girl. Okay.
They're
You
never
take it.
gonna win, but.
Are they even in? No.
I don't think so.
Delilah Sotelo. If you asked me about soccer, I'd give you some.
Give me a soccer team then.
But, you know, that's Chivas.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know about basketball. I guess the best team's gonna win.
It was a really
Right.
politically correct answer. Well done.
Stephen Russell, Steve. And I'm a gay man of a certain age, and so I don't know sports ball at all.
Okay.
So
He calls it sports ball.
Well,
What is the combination of gay man of a certain age have to do anything?
because the younger guys are total bros.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like we've become more acculturated to the mainstream culture as time's gone by.
I
I
see.
come from, I'll say it from a queer perspective, like.
Old school.
Not old school.
Got it.
Exactly.
All right, make one
Gee.
up.
I know the name of the Golden State Warriors. I saw them on some
Impressive.
billboard, a shirt.
You just saw them in Tina's thing.
See what you learned about your colleagues with a very simple question? Go ahead, sir.
all right, Bill Fiegel's.
Bill?
Most importantly, I'm a Dodger fan, but I'm Creighton's gonna win the tournament.
I saw, they are really coming on.
There's that deep knowledge there.
Yeah, that's well done. They're near the top of my bracket, but I didn't make it all the way, but close. Jim?
So Jim Zavanskas,
Chairman.
and I'm gonna go, even though there were 2 seed, Stanford women.
Oh, come on, if we go to that bracket, we're going to Iowa.
Gotta cheer for Stanford.
Well done. How are you?
Hi.
Good to see you, Madam Secretary.
Tamika Moss. I was in the bathroom for the question, but I think I've gleaned.
Well, I did my bracket. I picked North Carolina to win it all for the NCAA championship. So if you did it and you got to pick, tell us. If you didn't, you get to pick another sport or not.
I did not do a bracket, but I am from the Midwest, so Michigan State, all the way. Or Ohio State is my backup.
Michigan State's pretty competitive.
They usually
Well
are.
done. Afternoon, sir.
Hello, I'm Tyrone.
How are you?
I am absolutely clueless about everything that's related to basketball.
Okay. Do you
So
have
I
another
don't even,
sport?
if you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't
You
have
wouldn't
known
even
there
know.
was even.
So when they said March Madness, you were thinking somebody was
Yeah.
was
It's a mental health issue.
You thought it had to do with,
Yeah.
with Prop 1. Fine.
Yeah, go get your house. some
All
kind of
good.
way.
You have another favorite sport?
Really, sports is not my thing.
Fashion is.
Well, that's my wife. So
Okay.
I'm married well.
Okay.
So let's move to the next
Okay.
thing. I just happen to be the CEO of Fresno Housing that serves the city and the county of Fresno in the Central Valley.
Why don't you just go with Fresno State? That's a good tip. That's a
Fresno
good
State, yes, yes. That will work on many different levels.
It's true. That's
Yeah.
the home team. Okay, thank you. Dr. White. Were you here for the question?
No, but I know we need to name a team.
I'll give you that. We'll just go with that.
I don't have a bracket.
Okay, no bracket, but that's okay. Who are you rooting for?
UNC.
Steve, we have something in common. All right. Okay, I'm coming back here. You have a bracket.
No.
Wait, what?
No. I'm Anna Marie Avila Farias, and I do nothing with sports unless I'm dragged to watch something, but after the hot dog and soda, I'm done.
A woman with priorities. Okay. Just give me a team, favorite team
I
that you've been
really-
dragged to. Last team you were dragged to.
I went to a baseball game last summer, last year, the A's.
Oakland. Who may be in Sacramento at some point,
Right.
potentially.
For a while.
Gales.
Oh, that's,
Did you
well,
say
I haven't
Gales?
even gone to that.
Did you do Gales?
No, my husband does, but I have not.
Okay, so two of my 4 adult sons are Gales. So
Oh,
my
I
bracket
see.
name is God is a Gale, just so everybody knows. Because he is. Okay,
So I picked Howard, but I knew they were gonna lose.
that's okay. You gotta
And
go
so
for
That
my-
says a lot
my-
about you.
That's right, I'm
Underdog.
going with them.
the.
But my second choice was Gonzaga. I'm sorry. I knew I was gonna make enemies
You
with
know,
that
see,
one.
it was, everything was going along swimmingly until just now.
Yeah.
Okay, well, now that you know a teeny bit about me, and I know a little bit more about you, I have about an hour less than I was promised, but that's okay. I forgive the chairman. They told me to blame you.
Yeah, no doubt.
And I'll tell you really briefly, President of Lucas Public Affairs, we are a traditional public affairs firm based in Sacramento, about 31 employees. We do public policy, media relations, and I dabble in politics, because I couldn't help it. So this is not what I do as my day job, but it is something I enjoy doing and something I'm asked to do repeatedly. It's my way of sort of getting my Oprah thing out without being the billionaire. And I really do like to help organizations just kind of collect their thoughts and get them kind of organized. We do strategy as a firm, and we think it's a really important place to start. And so that is why I'm here. That was an introduction, right? Okay, all right. So with that, I'm gonna do what I typically do in these sessions and just ask all of you, even though we have, we will squeeze some of this conversation, what did you all think would happen at this portion in the session? In other words, what are your expectations? We get to the end of this hour and a half, what do you want to be sure we have accomplished? I'm going to start with your fearless leader because she invited me here. What do you want to be sure we do?
I do want to hear some of the opportunities that they see immediately. I know many of them were discussed today. And I know some of you have also expressed that in various board meetings. So this would be a great opportunity for us to sort of create a list for us to start thinking about.
Okay. Thank you. Expectations?
That we execute on opportunities as we mitigate risk.
Okay. Thank you. I'm left-handed, so I'm just smearing, I'm sorry. Happens all the time. Please.
I think that we end with some shared guardrails and ideas.
What do you mean by guardrails, or why do you say that?
I think a lot of the discussions around the affordable projects that we voted on, we've brought up comments about, having an opportunity to think strategically about what our objectives are, what we can do more proactively. So I think I'm excited about that conversation and gaining some agreement on some ideas of what other things the agency could be doing.
All right, that's good.
For today, I'd like us to maybe achieve some alignment around two policy objectives. One being the mixed income program.
Mixed?
Yes, the MIP. And the second is our alignment around the policies pertaining to, like, how do how do we utilize our toolkit in this budget constraint environment? And we may not get there today, but that is my hope, that we do.
Okay, we can be aspirational, but alignment seems to be a key word for you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll play off of alignment, because, and for me, it's really about environmental equity, and it's part of the whole picture that we use. How do we use our heft as an organization to really achieve these broader goals?
How do we use our
combined heft,
talent?
talent, financial resources.
Okay.
And that has specifically to do with the communities that we're building in aggregate, not the individual projects, but what does that add up to in terms of environmental equity?
Good. Okay.
I think it'd be helpful to identify the challenges that are facing the organization over the short term and then maybe a second level horizon.
Yep.
And then from that, what my really first one was already up there, which is once we identify the challenges, then to look for the opportunities within those challenges.
Awesome. Perfect, thank you. Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, I was thinking to put out ideas to use our strengths in a world without general fund subsidies.
Okay.
General fund program subsidies, let me put it that way.
So leverage our strengths, let me say that. Yes.
To create housing in a world without general fund program subsidies.
All right.
I would put a check by alignment and really around strategy and prioritization of the sort of plurality of our public policy priorities and the agency's statutory mandate.
Okay. You do know you all should have given me $5.
Well, it's interesting that you said we had an hour, so my
Hour and a half.
okay, hour and a half is, my expectation is that we get through some of what you already have on the sheet, but I just like to talk about, identifying potential partners and partnerships with other entities and agencies to leverage our resources.
Yes.
Always a good one. Perfect.
See it up there already, I'll say it again.
Okay.
Ideas.
Okay.
Just one, just further tap into the agencies. I include the staff as well, the agency's brain trust.
An agency or
The
agencies?
CalHFA's, the board of directors
Okay.
and the staff. The collective brain trust.
Awesome. Okay. It's a good list. It's aspirational, but I think there's some things that are already baked into some of the questions we've got for you. Hear about opportunities and challenges, create a to-do list of ideas. Make sure we focus on opportunities, but also mitigate risk. Shared guardrails, alignment around the mixed income program, but also regarding this, regarding policies with policies regarding the toolkit in light of the budget challenges that we've got right now, which is a backdrop for probably all of this conversation. Environmental equity, with a focus on talent, resources for communities in aggregate, ideas that leverage our strengths in a world without subsidies, from Mr. Chairman. Strategy and priorities in policy and agency mandates. Identify potential partners and partnerships and tap into the agency's brain trust and resources. So it's a lot to chew, but it's okay. We're gonna keep going until we run out of time. So I do want to start with this piece around challenges. And one of the things I sometimes like to do when I'm working with groups like this is even do a full-on survey on sort of, which winds up being a SWOT analysis. But I think you have a sense of your strengths, and we're going to set the weaknesses aside for a minute and really talk about challenges. And some things came up already in expectations, and I think I heard a little bit, because I've been sitting out there since about 11:30 and have been listening in on some of the presentations. But this is the speed dating part. I'm going to actually say, let's try this. Give me one word instead of a sentence that defines the challenges at this time. And I'm going to make it even more difficult, because most of you will probably say one word that we already talked about. So once you've heard a word, you got to come up with another one. I know, she's tough. But she's a lot of fun. And since you were last, Dr. White, the first time, you get to go first. Give me one word that sums up challenges that this board has got to face in the agency.
Openness.
What do you mean?
So California's a big state, different types of needs from north to the south. And I think we tend to, we know a lot about our own area, region where we live. We should be open to all of the areas of the state as we think about moving the agency forward.
Everybody understand that? That's a good one.
I'll just take the one that everybody knows, but I get to say it,
You do.
know.
If you're first.
Resources.
That's the word. You want to say anything else about it?
Well, there are financial resources, there are partners resources, there are so many external factors that either bring or deplete resources.
I would imagine, having done this work for other state agencies, that even people resources is a challenge right now. I know a lot of folks are struggling with hiring, retirements, et cetera. What's your one word?
Balance.
Say more about that.
I mean, I think Tina talked about this, right? Which is, it's a balance of priorities, it's a balance of what priorities within the agency do you, gets top billing, what ones do you deprioritize, particularly with the backdrop of the budget that we're talking about. So I think we're trying to achieve balance across operations, our products, and our impact.
Makes sense. Okay. Mr. Chairman?
I was going to say something like what Tyrone said, so I'm going to do something different.
You have
I'm going to
to.
put market.
Market.
Yeah, markets.
Okay. Huh. Okay, thank you. I think I got that one.
Bonds. BONDS, bonds.
Probably enough said there too. Colleagues.
Challenge.
Yeah,
Yes.
I would say scarcity, and I mean different than resources, because scarcity engenders competition. So we fight amongst ourselves for things rather than cooperate sometimes.
Snuck another word in there, but it was worth
I would say impact. Making sure that we have an impact throughout California for all Californians, as opposed to diluting, our impact.
That makes
How do you
sense.
make it honed and clear?
Count.
Count.
That's good. Okay.
I would say underproduction, so no matter how much we do, the problem has become so compounded that the general public doesn't feel it.
Wow, that also goes to impact. That's good. Okay, thank you. Who do you think again, Marie?
Politics.
My favorite. Say a little bit more about that. I mean, we all know what we mean, but what are you thinking?
Well, we had a chart, I can't remember if it was your chart, that she had CalHFA and then all
All
the
the
entities around.
stakeholders around it.
Yeah,
I saw that.
and that, if that doesn't exemplify really what we have to contend with. If
Sure.
all those stakeholders don't necessarily have our vision and vice versa, so.
And they're certainly diverse.
Yes.
Okay.
I was gonna use the word supply.
Is that up here?
No, I'm talking about just not
Or
enough housing right
underproduction.
now, underproduction and so, and the other three I wrote down are already up there.
All right. So, by the time you got to the third word, it occurred to me, but you can tell me if I'm wrong about this. Do you have any influence or ability to impact or influence any of these challenges?
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
Yes.
So, show of hands, this notion of openness. Okay, resources,
Fight.
okay, I got half, Balance, all right. Markets, unless you know something, I don't know, how do you do that?
You attract it, right? You can market, you can attract yourself, you can attract capital markets.
Make yourself attractive.
Make yourself attractive.
Okay. Okay, I'll give you that, okay. So here, 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 and even here, okay. Bonds? Okay. Scarcity? How?
I think just really looking like in our communities, that missing and being able to leverage it as an opportunity instead of staying in the pit of, we don't have this.
Read my mind. Because you know what I was thinking about when you said scarcity was my favorite part of the conversation was when you were all talking about churches. It's like, really good ideas, and my church is small, yeah.
Well, there's huge
But-
amounts of capital out there that just, where we have an ability perhaps to catalyze their involvement.
Good point. Okay. Impact?
I'll raise my hand because I said it.
I'm gonna give it, then it gets a half a check. And then how about this piece around supply?
So we do.
You really do think so?
I mean-
Okay, I'm gonna give you that now.
No, I'm not raising my
You know? And then the politics.
I mean, yeah.
We can influence, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we are viewing these challenges as places where we can have some influence, then the next half is gonna be really important. So take a look at your list. And where's the opportunity? And this time, you get one sentence. I know, she's getting really
It's only
nice.
half a sheet though.
That's the other thing. We have more paper.
Oh.
That is not a scarcity issue. We have paper. So, but I really want you to sit with this for a minute. I mean, this is, the CEO of VSP, I love to share this story, he's retired, used to have an airline seat in his office. Because he said and felt that he always did his best thinking on airplanes. And I share that, I do. When I don't turn my phone on, I typically won't necessarily read a book unless it's a long flight. I will keep a sheet of paper with me. Because oftentimes just sitting and looking out the window is sort of being free of being on the ground. I just do some of my best big thinking. So I want you to pretend that you're on that airplane. These are the challenges. You get one opportunity, and it's one that is like big, bold, out of this world, so creative, no one's ever heard of it. But it's an opportunity for this organization in light of the challenges you just listed out. And if you want to write it down first, I'll give you a second to do that, but.
One word as well?
You get a sentence. You get a whole sentence. You already ready?
I'm
Don't
ready.
influence your colleagues yet.
I'm ready with the story of who I think we are.
Okay, give me a minute. Give them a minute. So if you want to jot something down, and then you can kick that off. I think I know where you're going. And if you're ready, just let me know.
Somebody said they're ready.
I'm going to let Dally go first.
So we are the housing finance agency of the 5th largest GDP entity with a triple rating, double A rating. AA2 rating. With the support of brilliant new, with the support of a brilliant administration whose representatives have told us that we are flexible, nimble, creative. And that is an opportunity, I think, to do two things. To go out to the markets to have a conversation with them about how to attract capital.
Okay.
In the context of what Dr. White has said. Insurance companies, endowments, wherever it is. And to talk to stakeholders like the churches around how to utilize their underutilized properties. To basically implement 2 or 3 pilot programs that will address the underproduction of affordable housing on a spectrum of levels, in a spectrum of levels, not just mixed income on the high end or low income on the low end.
Now you're
With a
getting
full
into,
spectrum of housing.
now you're getting into a big idea for me, so hold on. I can't spell economy. There we go.
But everything I said is factual.
Okay.
And using all of those facts to then,
Yes, so.
back Tina up.
So
when
the
she goes out.
opportunity, as you just defined it for me, is to leverage our strengths. I got probably 3 or 4 of them. Now, you also threw an idea in there.
To do 2 policy objectives. One is to attract the capital markets.
How?
Educate the risk of investments.
Well.
Just by what you said in the beginning,
Right.
pretty much.
What, by using that as a sales pitch?
Well,
Yeah,
'cause
using
we
that
are.
yeah, that's our strength, right?
Pilot program with.
To develop a pilot program for the church, with the churches, to
Right.
leverage their land, and then,
And potentially. Security of us.
What was the second piece? a pilot program that utilizes the strengths of the untapped investors that.
Right, like the insurance companies, the
insurance
endowments.
companies and the endowments and I should mention, even when we did, remember when we did the capital raise, I think it was 25 or 30% of those folks that invested in that capital raise were in California.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. So we have.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got it. So I got some I got ideas.
Okay.
And I also have what I heard is a pretty good opportunity. Okay. Now you may go.
So my opportunity is along those lines in terms of being able to leverage what we've become in terms of a financial player in the capital market space to encourage what I call institutional asset owner capital. So IAO capital, that's the life insurance company, that's the pension fund. That's
What
the
what are they called again?
institutional asset owners, IAO.
IAO. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman.
It's a variation on a theme. I would just say, because I've heard this before, bonds are our superpower.
And your super threat.
Debbie Downer. That's the green question.
I live in this world, yes.
Ready?
Mm,
You can wait.
I'll pass.
Okay, I'll let you.
Thank
But
you.
the only ones.
Okay, I'll be ready.
So identify and develop strategies to reach underserved markets that align with our abilities.
Tell me more.
So if we're talking about underproduction and markets being challenging, we need to look both at the markets we're already in and ways to deeper penetrate those markets, and then to identify markets that are tangential to where we're at now, but fit our reach, and try to develop strategies to penetrate those markets that we're not in now. We talked about it a little bit
Yes, we
today.
did.
That's really what the graphic discussion was about today.
So, is there a specific big idea here?
Well, the big idea was kind of thrown out today to looking at that middle market, but I don't know whether that really aligns with, there's some.
Blue sky. So let's assume we have no impediments.
No
What's-
impediments.
What's the opportunity?
Yeah, that middle market, that middle home buyer market.
What about it?
It's
In a sentence.
completely underserved. It's not something that we're particularly servicing now.
Okay.
And
So we building
so
something?
there's market potential there. The market already exists. You're
Right.
just finding a way to tap that market.
Tap and expand?
Yes.
Okay. And is there we have a couple of pilots here. Is there a potential pilot in this space?
It would have to be launched with a pilot, I would presume.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's it look like?
It looks like a single-family lending program that reaches a strata of borrower that currently isn't being served by us and is really being underserved by the entire market in California.
All right.
I know I had my chance, but can I add supporting developers that do that?
Say that again.
Never mind.
Okay.
Well, that's a big idea.
Yeah, you had that.
That's a big idea.
Blue sky, come on. What is that?
But just in support of that, right?
Mhm.
To lend to developers who will build a single-family housing for first-time homebuyers.
Okay, see, that was my idea. And so at this point, they just took my idea and you could, yes. I was gonna say seed the production of single-family homes. And that's really what
That's the-
those two comments
Yeah.
support.
Like seeding, that sounds very organic.
Give me the rest of the sentence.
See the production,
Seed or seed, like SEED?
yes,
Got it, I did
as
seed,
in
like give away.
spur or initiate
Ah.
or be the catalyst
Ferment.
funding for single-family home.
Okay. Great minds.
So I think the opportunity is that we are a values-driven organization, and we can find like-minded, so we talk to these other investors, other sources of capital, there are people who are values-oriented investors. And I think that that leads us potentially, especially when we look through the environmental lens, the climate change lens, the economic justice lens. I would just add another bullet point to the second big idea there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure it's even changed, but making sure we're not, when we talk about single-family homes, that we're not talking about just, that we're talking about home ownership.
Yes, yes.
I-
it's-
we don't mean
it's
a-
not-
we
it's
don't
not-
mean a
it's not
stand-
the single family, it's not.
not a standalone structure
Not standalone
necessarily.
structure, you're right.
Because there's a potentially not just bringing
That's why I say
capital.
first-time home buyers, because
Right.
it doesn't matter what the product is.
Yeah, but I think from an environmental standpoint, moderate density, it's gonna have to be multifamily, but the home ownership, there's no market for that right now. The risk of insurance and other things means it doesn't happen. And so all the ideas that are up there would play into helping us create this home ownership opportunities.
Am I adding a pilot?
Uh,
Sentence, or is
No,
it given?
mine kind of speaks to that, so can I?
Okay.
So cross out pilot, cross out single fam lending.
Yep.
And say home ownership, so.
Well, hold on a second,
No.
I have a suggestion
Okay,
for that.
Sorry.
Okay, so mine is become the chief catalyst for entry-level ownership supply. Because entry-level ownership supply is condos and townhomes, single-family homes are not entry-level at this point. In California and by default the US.
Okay, is this
So
Is that
just
friendly
a third
amendment?
pilot?
entry level,
Is
so
entry level a third pilot, or are you taking, you're okay with?
I think if you
entry
take
level?
single family out of that, though, you're taking out the existing housing stock. It's fine to say you want to also,
no, but new production.
new production, I'm talking about, right, we shifted kind of from financing to development, and I think you need both. I think if you can fund developers to build condos and townhomes and high-density ownership, that's great. But we still have an existing housing stock that middle buyer is largely locked out of, except on the real fringes of the world in California.
Okay.
So
do
there
I,
are
or
two
do-
separate ideas.
Do I want to
Yeah,
pilot
there's two
single
separate
family?
ideas.
Do I want to pilot single family lending program?
Oh, yeah.
No,
I do.
don't
Well,
eliminate that.
as its own thing.
Keep that.
That's its own.
No, no,
That's
it's its
its own
own thing, but do I want to keep the word single family?
No,
Because I don't-
entry level.
Well, Bill does
Entry
want it.
level's fine. Yeah.
Well, Bill
Sure?
wants, but Bill wants to keep it.
No, entry level can be any
But
structure.
that's the other
That's
thing
fine.
that he was talking, he was
Yeah.
Give me
talking
the
about lending.
third one,
Right.
because I have pilot entry level lending program for those
Oh, sorry.
underserved, lend to developers who will build, I just did ... But tell me specifically.
So what I
that
was
is.
saying is become the chief catalyst to develop entry level ownership supply.
Well, we don't develop.
I know, but it's kind of like what.
Oh, you want to be the catalyst
You
to
want
those
to-
like
that
lender,
develop.
yeah,
Yeah,
uh-huh.
yeah.
How
But
are you a
there's
catalyst?
there's lending, there's creating the ecosystem, there's bringing the players together, there's being, you know, changing through coalition.
If I have this pilot and I'm willing to lend, what's,
There's legitimacy in saying catalyst that she's
that's
talking
what I
about.
want to know. So what am I the catalyst
So-
for? Because I like that word.
It's giving the seed money, so lending, but also creating the blueprint, so doing a pilot, bringing folks together, because right now, we're at a standstill, we're not building these products. We're building at a very, very limited, supply, so how do we create the blueprint so it becomes sustainable?
Blueprint for,
For building that entry-level supply for ownership.
That's scale, right?
At scale, yeah, that's not a 1C, 2C,
Yeah.
Yeah. And you called it entry-level.
entry-level home
that's what
ownership.
I'm calling it.
Entry-level.
But if I'm not using the right terminology, because this is, if we're, okay, now you're the boss for a minute, queen for the day.
Yeah.
Are these 1, 2, 3, 4 things?
I do see them as potentially four things,
Okay,
because they would be done, I do,
Yep, I agree.
So, because we're seeding,
Yes.
we're the catalyst, we're lending, and we're piloting entry-level
Yeah, that's-
lending. Is that 4 different things that make sense?
I just wanna make
Well,
sure
on
that
the
we're
lending-
sensitive about Bill's comment about the lending.
I want to come back.
Because there's lending that's not just entry level, but people who are moving into.
Right, so, that's why I said lend to developers who will build, give me the rest of that sentence.
No, that one's right.
That's okay, well, I did,
Well,
I did
she
dot,
was
dot,
saying
dot.
build what?
I didn't finish it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It was to build what
They
type?
to develop,
We'll build, lend to developers who will
homeownership
build.
opportunity. If it's just me, Queen for a day, lend to developers who build homeownership opportunities.
Regardless of what the structure is.
I was
Regardless of
gonna
whether
say-
they're entry level, regardless of whether they're single family townhomes.
Can I help you?
Yeah.
I'm gonna take my crown back.
Yeah.
To build homes, I mean, that's
Yeah.
the central piece of that. We want them to build homes, right?
Right.
So,
So
and
people
and that model
low
can
income-
look different.
Low income people can buy them.
The issue is that developers are building ownership homes.
Yes.
They're just $1 million plus homes.
Oh, I see.
Right.
Because that's
Oh, yeah.
all.
Yes, and that's what I'm
That's
trying to get my head around,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
remember,
Right.
I
So how do
live
we-
a block from
Yeah.
here.
Yes.
No,
my
so,
life.
yeah, we incentivize the
Yeah.
building of,
What kind of homes did you think of?
Me?
Lend to developers who will build, what kind of homes did you think of?
Entry-level ownership.
Okay, what did you think of?
I'm okay with entry level ownership.
Entry level.
See, which is different from the middle market.
It
That could
is.
look different.
Right.
That's why,
That's what-
I'm
okay,
saying
so we
that's
agree.
what I was saying with Bill, that it's,
Yes,
that
okay.
I
Yeah.
wouldn't.
I think it is, I think now we're saying it's 2 different.
Was two different, it is,
So-
it's two
Yeah.
different,
Yeah.
okay.
One
Fair.
is entry level,
You
one
need
is
a
middle
new
market.
sheet that clears all that out.
I do, well, I'm gonna take a picture of this, and I'm gonna type it up and send it back to you, but I wanna be sure I have it right. And I hear you saying we're talking about 2 different kinds of building.
Potentially, yes.
Potentially, yes.
Mhm.
Because I think the ADU is also part of this whole
Middle.
scenario,
Yeah.
which is the middle income piece.
Because
There's-
depending upon the geographic location, that model could look very different. It's gonna look different in Fresno than it does in San Francisco.
That's exactly the
And in
point.
the IE.
That's
You
the
can,
point.
you can build a development of freestanding, single-family homes in Bakersfield that are entry-level homes.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
We do it. I know that it can be done. So I do think it's 2 different
The
things.
land is cheaper.
Yes,
Yes.
yeah.
Right, and what Stephen cares about is that we as a policy objective put our money to supporting higher density, more environmentally sustainable types of homeownership.
With the access to economic.
But see, I think that, right, and I don't disagree with that at all. I think geographically, that becomes a mandate. Some places it's not a mandate. If I want to build on the outskirts of Bakersfield, I have limitless land. I have cities who will join in by giving land. If I'm doing that in North Hollywood, it's different. I'm building on a
Right.
postage stamp and I'm having to go up 4 stories.
Yeah.
So the discussion that would ensue would be a prioritization, like the secretary was talking about. How do you prioritize those? If you only had $100 million to give to that effort, how would you prioritize those 2 things?
Right.
Is that a challenge or an opportunity?
I think that's where we need alignment collectively.
Yeah, it becomes a philosophical
Well,
question.
so can I illustrate maybe the one set of outcomes is the bullet train, like one of my great delights and worst fears.
Okay.
Because we are probably gonna metastasize the suburbs throughout the Central Valley. As those become bedroom communities for the work centers.
Yeah.
And if we build it right, we can build villages with townhomes, with a small number of single family homes. If we do it the way we've done in Sacramento here, it's gonna go like this. And it's,
Yeah.
I
wonder if I could just,
give me 1 second,
Yeah.
because you were who I was looking at next. Last question I want to get answered over here is this it? Is this all we're trying to build? Entry level and middle market? That we're using lending programs, lending programs to developers, seeding the market and funding for this outcome. Is that right?
I think you're hearing our reaction to the only,
Okay.
the word only. You take only out of it,
Got it.
then I think it's good.
Is there another?
I think, but if we think about the fact that we want to, California is the second lowest homeownership rate. We want to increase the state's homeownership rate. And the only way to do that is by impacting that sector, because
Okay.
that is the population that's
Okay.
driving new,
Okay.
first-time home buyer market.
Okay.
Well,
That makes
and the
sense.
resources of this agency shouldn't go to build high-end housing.
Yeah.
High-end, but that's, there's a line you have to draw.
As a taxpayer, I agree.
I'm not sure we've identified everything below the line, but we should not go above.
Above it.
Exactly.
Okay, I got you. Okay, thank you.
Just,
Madam Secretary.
Oh, go ahead, Jim.
She's queen first.
Go ahead, Jim.
but just to clarify, I mean, we're talking a lot about home ownership, we're also to me, middle income also means, we talk about missing middle, we talk about rental housing.
Yeah.
Because not everyone's gonna be able to buy a
Oh,
house.
yeah,
So
that's a
just wanna make sure
different,
that
that's a different, yeah.
Okay, we don't lose that.
That's not exclusive of that.
Right.
Right.
When you talk about a pilot, it's just for homeownership.
This isn't us walking away from
Right, our core
What we do.
business.
And I guess I'm thinking we're talking maybe a couple, not just one pilot, a couple of pilots, because to me, this concept of partnering with a church, or maybe with a school district or something, to build housing, I mean, to build denser housing for people who are working and can't afford to live there, but have to commute 2 hours. And that to me is something we should be, that's in that mix too.
That's the rental, that's a pilot program with the churches up at the top. That's a rental product.
Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah, I would say, I'd make it broader than just the churches, but I think that's an important part of it, is churches and maybe other agencies, other public agencies.
Like
Yeah.
education.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, could
Is
be,
the next entity that would
Public
have-
agents.
could be university, it could be a school district, you know.
Community college district.
Community college
Community
district.
college district, sure, yeah.
Do me a favor. I'm okay. Because you all shouted something else and got ahead of me. But I told you you had to speed up, so you did what I asked you to do. I just heard, I heard people murmur a couple of partners. So, oops, could spell it. So, churches, public
Education.
agencies, I heard schools.
Well, education, it could be K through 12, community college, universities.
The treasurer's got a great program for that.
Okay, so I'll keep coming back to that. Madam, you have the floor. We are all your subjects.
Well, no, it's been a great discussion. I guess I just wanted to offer a bit of a broader perspective on both the opportunities and ideas sitting from the secretary's seat, where it would be really amazing if we could start with outcomes and then think about how the ideas actually address our outcomes. So we have 2.5 million units of housing that we need to build over the next 8 years. 1 million of those we want to be affordable. And so I would love to understand, of all the tools that CalHFA has, both in the rental housing and home ownership, how do we get to an outcome of reaching those goals? Because I think if we start with a tangible metric, then we can engage partners in conversation about, hey, we're trying to get to 100,000 units that look like everything we've talked about. We want entry level, we want rent to own. We haven't actually talked about opportunities for rent to own models that could really seed folks getting into housing and then doing a shared equity. I mean, so I think it could be interesting to start with, this is our collective goal, and then how do we bring assets, people, tools, partners, our authorities towards solving the bigger number.
So give me the number again.
It's 2.5 million homes that we need to build over the next 8 years. And 1 million of those need to be affordable. And it's, 80% and below, but let's Let's assume in these models for big ideas, we get up to 120, because that could be a part of the offering if we're expanding our assets to try to create new products and opportunities for people who are not being served by our programs.
Did you have an opportunity did you have a sentence on opportunity, or are you thinking about this more, the opportunity more in terms of goals?
I think the opportunity is for my boss to be like, hey, I challenge the whole market to help me build 2 million homes. Go. What do you need? We got CalHFA, we got HCD, we have housing authorities, we got the federal, counties, we got, I mean, literally, we have all these assets, and yet we have not focused on a collective goal. Each time, we're like, do what you can. How many units can you?
So it's
5, and so each time, we are woefully below our goals.
So I would put your goals and outcomes in a separate place, so it's got its own sheet now. But I would want to call out the fact that we said that we've got challenges that we think we can overcome. We've listed out some opportunities here. I would include the governor's commitment, because I think that's a really good, you haven't always had that in a governor. So, but I've also got now this reference to the outcomes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's
I'm good.
125,000 units a year.
That's exactly right, and we haven't produced that since 1979, like 82, I was gonna say 81.
Yeah.
82.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Okay.
So one of the things that I thought about as an opportunity, and sort of speaks to the big number that we need to get to, is we have the muscle, all eyes are on us, right? So how can we use that muscle to bring more money to the table? We've been thinking linearly about, capital and stuff like that, but there's a lot of other money out there. I'm listening to Dr. White when he's talking about investors, and where is that other pot? Can we use our strength? One thing about that I've learned in banking is people who get more money are people who already have money. So how do we then use that strength to bring more money to California? Are there federal resources that we're not looking at right now that we could be? HFAs by design can tap into federal resources that other public agencies cannot.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you there and
Okay.
say, remember, I don't sit in this room every
Okay,
day.
sorry.
So what do you
So
mean
what
by
I'm-
muscle?
Okay, our fiscal muscle.
Say more.
What I mean is, money is attracts more money. If you have a very strong fiscal balance sheet, then people look at you to influence, and you can bring more money to the table.
Right, our balance sheet, our AA rated,
Boom,
and our portfolio.
yes.
So that we're a 50-year-old.
And we're a 50-year-old organization. We're a triple threat right now. So how do we use that to bring more money to the table that we haven't tapped into? Because we've only been really doing it 1 or 2 or 3 ways, right? Our bread and butter business, which I call single family, but that's through, DPA and loans and collecting fees. With multifamily, in the last 5 years, it's been very closely tethered to our MET program. What else can we do?
You don't have to reinvent the wheel, you've seen it done well anyplace else.
Other HFAs, and that's why I've been going and tapping into those. That's why I asked Albert to come, because I wanted to hear what are they doing that we may not necessarily be doing right now.
What have you heard today?
What I heard today was the tapping into single family in ways that we haven't, potentially leveraging our money with other money to provide a bigger down payment assistance, as an example. Did you guys hear that?
Yeah.
I heard bonding.
I heard bonds.
bonding.
Bond, so
Issuing bonds for
it's sort of
DPA.
layering with
Doing
what we already
multiple bond
have,
issuances.
bringing in that so that we pass on that advantage to
California.
What's the idea?
So the idea that I heard, one of the ideas that I heard was finding another resource to add to our existing DPA resource.
Okay, you can't use that homes with me.
Down payment assistance. So finding a way to bring additional down payment assistance to add to our down payment assistance, which in turns provides folks with a bigger DPA to buy a home.
What's the,
So it's the bonds plus existing,
So-
bonds plus existing CalHFA resources
okay?
to, does
Can
that
I
make sense?
interrupt for a second?
Yes,
Because I think that detail is important,
yes.
but I'd like us to get back to the secretary's challenge of backing into how we get to 125.
So where I was going with the 125 is tapping into other resources that we haven't tapped into. What else can we look at?
Right, so what is our production level currently? Right, so.
For which one? In multi-
Well, all in, right? All in 2023, we had 13 MIT projects, we had 85 million bought. Like, what is our production level
I
today?
believe last year, I don't want to guess,
But we did 5 billion in finance.
are you talking about the number of units?
I'm
or
just talking
dollars?
number of units.
Number
We're
of
trying to
units.
get to 125.
Right, so I think we were at or around 13,000, but between single family and multifamily. Folks help me in the, is that right?
It's in the strategic plan, if folks look to the back there.
Okay, good.
It should be somewhere in there.
So I think that when we start looking at the goal, right, because we're not doing the full 125, it would be great if we did, but.
Or less, I think we were sub 10,000 now that I think about it.
Yeah.
Sort of like 7,000 in single family and maybe 3,000 or 4,000, what was the number?
It's, well, we report out in terms of our single family production is around 5,900 this year.
Okay,
I think our target is 5660 is this year, so just remembered it.
Okay.
Offhand, and our multi-family production, which it does include conduit bonds, is around 4,000.
okay, so,
Let me ask you a question,
Okay,
maybe I
quickly.
lost track though, I think we're talking about two different things now. Production, loan production has nothing to do with housing starts. You're talking about building housing,
I'm talking
you're
about-
talking about making loans. 5,900 loans didn't touch that at all, it
Oh,
wasn't
see, I thought
building.
it was talking about
Right, no,
homes too. Okay,
you're right,
I'm
so on
sorry
it,
for
that's what I was gonna say, on the
Okay.
homeownership side, that's 5,600 number is probably just existing housing
Sure,
starts.
stuff that's turning over.
The bond, the conduit bonds, 4,500, that is new production.
That's new.
Right.
Right, we
Okay.
do act rehab, but it's mostly new production.
So as a layperson, truly,
okay.
my question is, what moved that number? What moved that number? What moved the housing starts number? What program?
moves it?
What moved it? What led to the
didn't.
4,500?
So,
Did you
so,
say
yeah,
4,500?
so the conduit financing program, we issued $85 million in conduit,
Okay,
in permanent debt authority.
yeah.
50 million of it was loaned.
I think we're mixing concepts.
Yeah,
We
I'm
are.
asking, I'm back to this question, because I agree, we're talking about two different things.
Right.
Just with respect to building units, what literally moved that needle? I know it wasn't 125 units, 25,000 units, but it was some number. What moved the number?
The primary thing that moved the needle last year was the use of general funds.
Yeah,
We
because
was-
you did your bonds and test credits.
And then you
Because
did the.
when we're talking about
government law,
units,
too.
we're talking about ADU, we're talking about, Dream for
Great
All,
for all, and that spiked up.
and that's spiked up.
So this is really telling, right? This is, if in fact, the goal and the outcome
Is
is a
this?
measurable goal and outcome at
Right.
125 a year,
Right.
then the way we think about things and the way we report back to each other, hold each other accountable for
Is
this,
on
is on
bar-
the production side, right?
Well-
And to count it in a way where we can count it and capture it.
And comparing apples to apples, because even in this conversation, we started to talk about loans instead of talking about actual
New
units.
units.
Yeah.
So that's a,
Well, loans is a core function of
I understand.
Right, but
But
all of
with-
these big ideas are about more people getting served, i.e. right?
More
Like,
units.
we're not talking about the sort of outcome of or the loan itself. It's we want to serve more people
Yeah.
with these units and these ideas.
Well, but I wanna be sure I'm clear about this. Does this lead to both more physical units as well as more lending? Or are we talking still more about lending here? And again, I'm asking a little bit of devil's advocate, but I'm also the layperson.
80% of that is new production.
Got
Yes,
it.
it is.
Okay, that's what I wanted to be sure of. What's the other 20?
20 is that pilot entry-level lending program
Okay.
where you lend
Yeah.
to homeowners to move
Yeah,
up into
You go to
the.
the next thing.
Right.
Okay, I got it.
Because it's existing housing stock.
Okay, all right. Are we comfortable then,
Right.
because soon we're gonna come to some priorities, that everything here has an impact here?
Well,
You said 80%.
This, this doesn't necessarily unless we have more supply.
Correct, that doesn't actually influence supply.
Yeah, that doesn't, yeah.
Okay, then my last
That's what
question is about anything else that influences supply.
I mean, Anne Marie talked about it earlier. If we had an ADU product that allowed regular folks to finance ADU, I mean, I think that could be an incredible innovation for CalHFA.
Yeah.
That is new units, that is, that could certainly add to supply.
Accessory dwelling.
Accessory dwelling.
In two ways.
Sorry.
Because
Yeah.
now all of a sudden, it makes it affordable for a
Correct.
person to be able to afford homeownership. And second, with AB 1033, ADUs can now be converted into condos. Well, if a city allows it, so that's another
Yeah.
avenue, but that loan product to build the ADU is critical for that.
Set that aside for a minute, because you'll get me confused again. Give me the big idea on ADUs that actually moves that needle,
ADU loan program.
period? And what's the to-do for you all?
I
Provide
mean,
more,
Produce
expand?
1,000 units of ADUs.
Well, Tina, it's getting
No.
it's using all
Because
the
there's a lot of
assets,
risks
right?
associated with it as
Our
well.
rating, to convince the people to give us the cash
It's
to do the loan.
influencing.
That's
Right,
exactly right.
that's where
'Cause
I was going.
That's why we don't have a product, because folks are like, ooh, I
What's
can't
Give me
take
the
that
widget,
risk.
though. What's the widget? And again, big blue sky thinking, wave your magic wand.
No
What's
one
the
wants to
widget?
take the risk on it, and we haven't backed it with a
Correct.
program. It's a risk factor that traditional lenders do not want to
So
take.
so they won't give you a loan to build an ADU in a traditional banking market.
So we need to
how-
go
So
to
we
the
need to
Cal-
create one.
Attract
So we
the
need to go to the
capital,
California
attract the capital
Community
to
Yes.
Foundation,
finance
for example.
ADUs.
Yes.
We need to go to an endowment
Okay.
that will give us.
Wherever.
Or wherever.
Or insurance company.
Insurance
I don't know if
company.
that's-
Or
I don't
Insurance
know.
company.
Is it a potential
No.
partnership?
We,
The,
Potential.
I think the big
But I
idea,
still need the
We've gotta figure
the big
out a
idea is
way how
attracting the
to.
capital.
One person, let me hear this.
I think the big idea is attracting the capital to administer an ADU program. The partners become the vehicle to do that.
We've gotta figure out a secondary market for ADU loans.
Yes.
Yes.
Attract the capital.
Well, that's what we have to figure out.
That's what you have to figure
Well, come on, let's do it while we're here.
Justin?
Is there a way that we could, okay, I heard a previous one is loan guarantees. Is there any way that we could, for those lending institutions who would, be concerned about loaning to,
Yeah.
Uh,
Use the state balance sheet as a backstop.
for this untested market, so to speak?
Okay.
But if we could provide the backstop or some kind of way to say we could partner with you to assume or indemnify some of the risk, then maybe they would be more open to doing that.
I would say as a state agency, that's a huge lever that we have.
Right.
So if we want to start pulling that lever, make sure it's a huge audacious
number.
product.
Yeah.
You know, do you do it on ADUs? Do you do it somewhere? But it's a huge lever that anyone would run to us if we're saying we're about to be your first loss, or we're gonna backstop.
Yeah,
Does
because
this
it's like,
happen
it's like
in other
50 little
sectors?
individual homeowners as opposed to, like if you did it with developers, for example,
Mhm.
you could do volume because you're underwriting one developer to 10 developers that will do
Rather
volume.
than individual people.
Rather than individual people. Norina had a good idea, Norina's had a good idea about convincing the secondary market who purchases these, you know, these mortgages. We provide the mortgage and the secondary market agrees on the purchasing of that mortgage.
Could
And that
FHL
eliminates the risk.
Could FH, no?
I don't know if there is a secondary market for
There
ADUs.
isn't a secondary.
There
market.
isn't.
There
There's-
isn't.
there's
So
not.
you're
So we
saying
create
create.
Correct.
Like a Freddie.
That is a
Fannie,
big
like-
idea.
That is a
But I
very
mean,
big
that
idea.
is
That's
something
kind of how
that,
insurance works.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So here's the deal with that. I'm talking to an insurance company now that wants to create exactly what you're saying. They want to create liquidity in the market. They
Yeah.
want to be the other agency. There's Fannie and Freddie, there's FHLB. This one firm, who's $1 trillion firm, wants to create a financial vehicle. And it's around housing, but when we talk, we realize it could expand into anything commercial, real estate, but it's started through a housing conversation. And so life insurance companies can talk that way because they can buy in bulk, millions, billions in
So-
loans.
And that expands the lending ability.
Oh, it makes sense. The reason it makes sense to me is I'm thinking about the insurance market.
Right.
And my trip to Lloyd's of London and all things. Okay, finish the sentence for me. Create a secondary market for
80 loans.
ADU loans. Okay,
Accessory dwelling units.
and that's not been done before.
No.
Justin, are we making it up?
No, I was just gonna say, you had in a different area of perm lending, but there, you went partly down the path with a major commercial bank of doing a kind of top loss risk sharing position with them. So you have some of that institutional knowledge from
Yeah.
your predecessor.
Yeah.
So,
I'd like to piggyback on the secretary's comment. I'm reversing it. I'm totally feeling the vibe right there. And I honestly, this is just me, if I were queen, I have a feeling that
You are queen.
if the ADU program, if we just even focused on that, I think we could easily, just what I know of my county and multiplying that would be easily 1 million of those units that we're gonna need in California, because the demand is so intense that I don't think people realize how many middle families are able or in the position if there were a product. So that being said, I'm gonna play with her term of the outcome. I love that thinking of what that looks like, but I'm gonna take it it's kind of the same concept in the middle. I wanna go back the other way, that because we have so much talent from different spaces, from the program, from the lending, from administrators, I think CalHFA is in a space now that who is our market of the people, like the housing socioeconomic ladder is so different now than how I would have went up it 20 years ago when I bought my first home. Now families are at a point like, it's not the big house with the picket fence. Right now people are like, you know what? I want 1,000 square feet, fits 3 people, my kid, and we'll upsize. And so I think we have to repivot of what that housing economic ladder, my own made up term of what that looks like now.
you don't think you know?
I know for me, but it may not be the same.
I mean the collective you.
No, I think it's different because we all come from different spaces. Like Tina comes from the lending side, and so it's a traditional model for her. I think it's different for if we all went down what that looks like.
And that research hasn't been done?
I think that where the opportunity is potentially to do to commission a study. Because the thing is, it has been done, but the market, the movement of interest rates, the market moving, the challenges with supply, that is also moving, and it's a constant thing that has to be looked at. So what I pulled from what you said, Anna Marie, Director Farias, is that we should maybe potentially think about commissioning a study to look at it.
Well, let me give an example. For example, like now, I feel what is a huge market now is young adults that just finished college they're boomeranging at the biggest rate ever back home. So that's why ADUs are so critical. Like, they're kind of independent, don't necessarily want to live with their parents, and ADUs would be such a great vehicle for them to save their money to be able to be first-time home buyers in the future. So kind of defining and teasing what that market looks at. Another one is where we all, I'm seeing, like, I just scroll, housing pages, like, a houser big time, just looking on there to see what people are doing for housing accommodations. Single parents wanting to rent bigger homes and wanting to live together. Why not create a home lending opportunity on those big sites? Nobody wants those big homes anymore. Our lifestyles are changing. Nobody can do those big yards. So single parents moving in where, it's yes, it gets a little more complicated, but they're able to buy a single family home where they have a child and they're living with another family there. They're building equity where they can then sell off their piece and move on. It's like just looking at the models differently of how people are willing to do housing share. And it really isn't anything different. If we look at other countries, they do that in different spaces. I mean, and even first-time generation immigrants that come here, they live together. I mean, that model has happened already by immigrant families. This doesn't have a lending background to it, a model to help, multiple people be on loans to build equity together that can legally divide the asset after they move on and build some income wealth. So
Helps you better understand the demand.
yeah, so that's what I'm talking about. The housing economic ladder is so different now than it's not, a couple or an individual. It's so different, and kind of tapping into us to redefining what our families are. We're mixed families now that are very different now than we were even 20 years ago.
One could argue that that's changed, but we may have changed, but also because there was not enough supply.
Yeah.
That we changed by.
That we
We had to, we didn't have a choice. But let me ask, just because I'm curious, does this number take that demographic sort of data into account, or would it make sense, and would it help just understand what the
I mean,
market is?
I think just building off of what Anne Marie was saying and what Stephen was saying, I think we need a much more diverse set of products, housing types.
Yeah.
We need fourplexes, we need eightplexes, we need wood frame, we need modular. So the fact that all of those require local zoning, all of those things require environmental reviews.
Yeah.
That's why the streamlining work that we've done helps. But to the extent that what Dr. White was saying, that ADU loan product, could it also include shared housing? Where rent-to-own, fourplex, not co-ops, but, me and Tyrone want to buy a property. I got $5, he has $5. We come in and we try to get the second. So I think that there should be more diversity in different housing types that do meet people where they are. You have elders in the market now who are being knocked out of their housing because they're on fixed incomes. They can't even afford affordable housing. So I do think there's something about the demographics have shifted, and therefore we have to modernize our housing offerings to meet the need.
Okay, so I'm gonna do a time check. Okay. Because you all took away an hour. Sorry. I'm not bitter.
My fault.
And it's your fault. Glad you own it. But, so I want to do two more things, and then I'm gonna have you get up and stretch and do a little exercise. Let me just ask if you.
Can I just propose, I don't know, my colleagues here, I don't know why we took the hour, but Chair Cervantes, I'm fine. I don't know if other
You
colleagues.
can't have me after 4 o'clock.
Oh, it's you,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I expected.
I thought it was us.
No, it's both. I actually expected to be done at 3:30.
Yeah.
But I have a.
You have another, okay.
I have
So do
an
I.
important staff celebration that the boss can't miss. I've got a young man that's getting married, and I want to be there for the celebration.
Aw.
So I'm that kind of boss.
Very
That's good. Can't help it. So we're gonna go till 4 o'clock, so I still get half my hour back, but I want to use it wisely, and I appreciate you doing that. And you all can stay and talk amongst yourselves. You almost fixed it. What role does this entity play in this, which I'll read, and then we'll go back to the outcomes. But leveraging our strengths, leveraging what we've become, bonds are our superpower. We've got opportunities in markets we're in and those we're not. Values driven, we can find like-minded investors. We've got a commitment of a governor who is willing to be flexible and bendable. We've got this balance sheet, AAA rating, all that we say that someplace else. And then take this out because it's become a big idea. So have we said enough about the role of this entity? And then the last thing I want to do before we do the very last thing is ask you where the partners are. So anything on roles, because I feel like we've talked enough about that, but I just want to be sure I check that box.
Just, I think the technical expertise of this agency is deep, and we haven't acknowledged that
That's
as
a
a real
good point,
opportunity.
yeah. Good.
Also, the problem has gotten so out of control that we have more leeway to try new things.
Desperation's always the.
That's true, okay. I said, just to
The
be
governor's
safe,
office said, be creative and out of the box.
I said may have more leeway, but I'm gonna go there, so. Creativity allowed. Okay. Anything else in the way of roles before we talk about potential partners? Okay, I'm feeling good about this. Okay, so churches, public agencies, K through 12, community colleges. Who else are our potential partners?
Federal Home Loan Bank, particularly when you're talking about home ownership.
Who else?
Housing Authority. Shameless plug.
It's allowed.
Okay.
Insurance companies, both their assets and they have an interest in lighter touch regulation, right?
Yeah, really.
HUD.
And FHFA,
What's the last one?
FHFA. So the GSEs.
Other partners?
Philanthropy should be there. They're not something you can rely on year after year, but for pilots and for
Well,
Endowments and.
that could be how you fund your study.
We've had many local public agencies reach out to us. Especially the city of LA.
What are they asking for when they reach out?
Do you have any ADU money?
See, I'm not wrong.
Just saying.
Well, at least we arrived to a common place. Any other partners? How about we're back on the airplane?
I would say, I mean, definitely banks, right? We have our lending institutions that, and then community development, financial institutions, CD advised, community development, financing institutions.
Financing, right?
Financial institutions.
Oh,
Financial, yeah. Developers.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, all those feasibility.
We don't tap into them enough.
I was just gonna ask about that.
The developers, but I was gonna say tech companies, healthcare organizations.
Why?
Well, they got money.
Well, they have the money, and they help create our issues. They help create.
Yeah, they're the bodies responsible for, growth.
Their growth, I mean,
Yeah.
they've been
Same for tech.
profitable,
Yeah.
successful.
Yeah.
Case in point, Microsoft
Sure.
knows this, created Mortgage Arm
Yeah.
to deliver affordable housing just for the state of Washington.
Just for the state of Washington. Go back to developers. What kind of partner can developers be?
They're on the ground, they can tell you, you know, if we do come up with a pilot, it's more than likely to help in terms of how it's operationalized and built out, because they're the ones that are building it. And so they're gonna have some pretty good on the ground knowledge of how to help build a program.
If you had your magic wand, King for a Day, Blue Sky Thinking, is there anything that you would have them do that they're not doing right now?
Share some of the performance. The real performance, not the.
On the record?
No, I mean, I think they could be really strong, they're stakeholders, as we do, right? They are the front lines and they're the production arm.
Yeah.
So I think that the candid, transparent conversations around lending products, you know, where everybody's got a little piece of it, where, you know, we're not carrying the full burden of it, but they're also sharing in the challenges and approaching the challenges, and then maybe they get an equity share on the back end, right? But they take a little haircut in the front.
They're very good at identifying hurdles.
Yes.
Yeah, they are.
Yes.
Yep.
They also follow the momentum. I mean, you know, if we set this goal out statewide and jurisdictions where it costs, you know, 150 or 200,000 a door, go do that. In jurisdictions where it's more expensive. So I think there could be a strategy where, and it's already kind of happening, like, you know, a lot of the private developers are now getting into the affordable housing development space.
Not here.
Well, sorry, not in Sacramento, but
Yeah,
certainly in
but other parts of it.
other parts of the
That makes
state.
sense.
So, I don't know, I think we want them to be a part of our collective goal and finding a way for their bottom line to be met while they're having the social impact aligned with our agency could be really powerful.
And I'm picking on them for probably my own biases, but to your point around a strategy, is there, how do you currently engage the developer community in getting to this, or in any of your work or conversations? Or do you at all?
SIDLAC, TCAP,
Collectively?
HCD, primarily, from our agency.
Okay.
That's on.
But what about this instance?
At the SID vote in this
I-
instance, yeah.
Yeah, I can't say that we engage them for the express purposes of, you know, the 2.5 million, the goals.
Okay.
It's like deals.
It's deals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. But there's not that strategic.
Well, when we did the mixed income program, there was a lot of stakeholder engagement in those conversations.
Okay.
And that program over the last 4 years, you know, has been oversubscribed every single year by 3 to 1. So they're clearly looking at and engaging at the staff level for that. And then when we came out with the $85 million product last year, there was a lot of conversation around, you know, how to set that product up for it to be usable.
And was that done in a convening of sorts, just
I think
information
it's
being
through
shared?
staff working with.
It was basically through staff. But I think that's where we have an opportunity. We have an opportunity to create new products, but we've got to hear from those folks.
That's kind of what I'm getting to.
Yeah.
Because, you know, and I like,
Yeah.
obviously like doing this, but I think you get people in the room, you get a
Yeah.
better outcome while you've got those perspectives around the table.
Mhm.
What does that look like, ma'am, in the way of a big idea?
The one that I'm circling around in my head right now is the next level MIP. The next level multifamily product that does not impact bonds or tax credits.
What's that?
Yeah. So this is next gen MIP.
Next, I call it MIP-X. Next generation.
So give me the product again?
MIP-X. I'll just call it MIP-X.
And everybody in the room knows what you're talking
No,
No.
no, this is the first we're hearing about it. We didn't know
Exciting.
what the.
Well, it's a way to in the event we do not receive state credits, which is the engine behind MIP, frankly. What do we do with the net? How do we then use the other parts that make that program work without them? Does everybody got that? Okay, good. Do you know what I'm saying? Okay.
You know, I like that idea. There are a number of entities, housing authorities included, that can issue bonds. But we're issuing 4%. and having, as we look at all hands on deck, having the ability for us to issue 4%, but there still being a gap because it's not 9%. But if we could issue 4 and there be another pool of resources that could help close that gap, then the 9% that are always generally oversubscribed continue, but it elevates the 4%. What we're seeing now is right now it doesn't make a lot of sense to issue 4% because you're going to have this huge gap with no way to fill it. But if there was a gap filler, we could bring more resources to the market overnight by those entities who could issue.
And that goes directly to that.
Absolutely. And we don't need a market study nor an academic exercise. We just need funding to fill the gap. And you open the floodgates to entities who just intentionally decided to step back because there was no way to fill the gap.
That feels like a great ask for those institute, what's the acronym, sir?
Yeah.
Institutionalized.
That's,
Okay,
it's that.
That's that.
That's
Create
that.
the pool.
We create,
Fund the pool.
It's this right
We're
here.
bringing 4% to the table.
It's on multifamily though. This is,
Oh.
I was just explaining to
Okay,
Cassandra,
okay.
that this is a multifamily lens.
Got it. This,
Not an
that's
ADU
this.
lens. Or
I
entry-level
see.
ownership.
But the IAO can
They can fund it all.
go in,
So-
that's what they prefer more.
Boom, yeah.
Okay, so that's this?
No, it's something that we haven't written down yet.
So, the
Okay,
only
that one you gotta
issue
do.
with
Okay.
the housing authorities issuing bonds is that it still against the volume cap. So you gotta remove the volume cap for it not to be an issue. So we gotta figure something else out, like the 501c3 bonds, which is doable, and the government issued bonds, whatever we
JPAs.
call them,
JPAs.
the
Joint
JPAs.
Powers Authority.
Actually, it'd be us probably, not a JPA.
Yeah, the other,
Yeah, so 501.
the 501c3 bonds.
C3 bonds, okay.
Right. And then also the idea of the recycled bonds. That way, you don't go against volume cap, you're creating a product that doesn't already exist in the marketplace, and then you're filling that gap.
Very good.
Partners, I don't know where private equity stands in all of this, because there's more money in those hands of
Is that good
all
enough?
those institutions put together. What is the,
Sitting around.
yeah, sitting around?
Okay. So, my dear friends, we're going to vote.
Oh.
No. And you're gonna hate me now.
Not only one.
You only get one.
No.
Yep.
No.
I'll vote
Yep, let's go.
ADUs.
And make sure I have,
It's at a million, I do ADUs too.
I'm gonna have Tina read them for me, because she is going to read them in a way that they speak your language. I know what I wrote, but she knows what I meant.
Okay.
Okay, so, one,
Number one, attract capital so that we can work with churches, other public agencies. And we could also, with this program, tap into the untapped investors who are not currently participating in this business. The second one is tap and expand middle market, and I would like to add moderate market in here too, because that's a different platform, and it was actually on Justin's wonderful slide.
That's a better way to say it. anyway.
Yeah. So tap and expand middle and moderate market by piloting an entry-level lending program and lending to developers who will build homes for entry-level and middle market. Number two. Number three, be a catalyst for creating a blueprint for building entry-level supply. So it's a little different. Number four, using bonds plus existing CalHFA resources to increase down payment assistance for new home buyers. I added the new home buyers.
Okay.
Not
necessarily new homes, just new home buyers.
Home buyers. I think that's where we were
Yeah.
going with that one.
Yeah.
Number 5, create a secondary market for ADU loans. And I did notice that Chris got from up and walked out of that room and into this room, because this is his baby. Number 6, commission a study on market needs via demographic and other models, to see what other models may be useful in the current market environment.
Given
the changes that
Goal
we,
and outcome.
and given the goal and the outcomes that we're trying to get to. And then finally, create a new loan product that utilizes bonds in a different way than we're doing right now.
To do what? To achieve what?
To build new units.
No matter what size?
To build new units.
Just new units.
Whether it's family.
Whether it's family, because we're trying to get to 2.5 million, we can't be picky.
Okay.
Is that your MIP-X?
That's MIFX.
Okay. Up you go. One vote. Come on
Okay,
up.
everybody has to come up.
Oh, yeah. I don't vote for other people. That's illegal.
Oh, we're gonna thought we were gonna show hands.
Oh, no. And stay standing.
Okay. There you go, Chief.
Stay standing?
Yep.
I just put a check mark. You want it in front or the back? I put it at the end of the sentence.
Oh, yeah.
Gold. That was wonderful.
Oh, I-
Stroke of genius.
Different red.
I'll count it.
Another color?
Here's blue.
I'll go with red. You go the red, okay.
That counts for
That's the chair.
It's like setting the goal of John F. JFK taking
Oh, wow.
to the moon.
Yes.
At that point,
I disagree.
clueless.
Okay,
But setting
Delilah.
aspiration shifted.
Did everybody vote?
Not yet.
Come on around. Don't glare at me. I'm just doing my job. Plus, I just like seeing what.
Well, it could. That's why I went
Like
there.
if we did this one, like we could do all this stuff.
Exactly. I was like, doesn't some like feed into?
No,
Yeah.
you can try it. Let's vote for one. Don't
And,
even
yeah,
try.
no campaigning at the polls.
Thank you.
Well, that's the one I checked. I'm just saying. What do you think? Okay, Madam Secretary.
Drum roll, please. I know, it's tough.
Don't let those check marks influence you.
Or do.
Because I think we could include more things in there, not just things.
I know,
You know,
I
I'm
know
a-
your type.
yeah.
I know your
I'm
type.
a
Oh,
yes
yeah, let's move on. Let's move on. Now, I would say if you want to come back and vote for a second one, you can, but I actually think there's some good critical mass in a few places. And to the secretary's point, you've also got some things that you can pop under. But it's a good list and certainly a good start.
I think it's pretty clear that it's creating some sort of loan product for developers to build ownership supply, and then create a secondary market, or create some sort of ADU loan product.
Yeah.
I think that's, and then we attract capital markets to help us do those two things.
Yeah. But I do think that your comments were very helpful in that we have to, as you talk about your work, my one takeaway is talk about units and quantify that piece, and then talk about loans and talk about that piece and start to treat it separately, because as it mashes together, you're not comparing apples, you're comparing apples to apples.
Yeah,
instead of
apples to oranges.
Yep. So, quick, you can sit down now, because I won't make you vote again. I just want to circle back to our expectations and see how far we got. I think we did hear about opportunities and challenges. Will we at least give me that one? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
To-do list, I like that. Did we talk about opportunities opportunities, but also risks. I give us a half,
Yeah, that's.
because I don't think we got to this piece, but that's your job. And then how about this piece around guardrails? Because that was an interesting, I think it was, was you?
Yeah.
Okay, that's up to you. I do think we've got some alignment on some of this, but tell me.
We didn't touch on the environmental equity of some of our existing
You're right.
programs.
Okay, that's one. And I'm gonna give that a half. How about, I'll give us this, ideas,
We did all, isn't all of this?
leverage our strengths.
Yeah, leverage,
Feels like all of
that's
this.
like
Yeah.
all of it.
I agree. Strategy and priorities, and policy and agency mandates. We didn't spend a lot of time on, and that's okay, because I wanted to keep things big. Potential partners and partnerships, I'm gonna say certainly now, for now. And then how about tapping into agencies' resources and building trust? That's kind of a given for me, but I feel like this conversation did that as well. So not bad, given the fact that someone took my time. No, I'm not gonna.
You'll come back.
I'll be back. But this is something we will photograph and.
Thank you.
And get typed up for you and let you all spend some time with it. But I very much enjoyed the time and I learned a lot, including a lot about the acronyms and.
We only scratched the surface.
It happened everywhere. I did this work for the state controller's office and there were 35 different agencies that all had different acronyms. And here's the thing about your work. If you want the public and sort of just lay persons like me to understand your work, less acronyms is helpful. That also helps people value your work. So I leave you with that.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Thank you. My pleasure. Nice to meet you all.
Well, taking back the meeting, Cassandra, thank you so much.
I'm turning it over to you, sir.
Thank you.
Let me take my pictures and I'll get out of your way.
Okay, and so technically we have the rest of the meeting, another several hours to go. The informational written reports are in the packet. I'm sure everyone will look at this very carefully. Other board matters, any items that board members have, we can bring up at a subsequent meeting. We've got a big laundry list here. I know we'll do that. I'm looking, I don't see anything else. Public comment, there is one comment that someone sent in by email, I believe yesterday, that'll get posted, or has been posted on the website, and we'll want to make sure we take a good look at that. I don't think there are any other public comments from the audience. Finally, I'd like to thank everyone for your participation, your great ideas, the energy. There's a lot of things to work on going ahead, but I thought this was really super helpful. And I really want to, Tina, thank you, your staff, for getting up together. And unless there's anything else, the meeting is adjourned.
Yes.